Okay, so today I'm gonna try level 6 with chessbot again. It doesn't seem like it's really that good, but the one thing I'm doing is I'm not really taking my time or showing it like the proper respect that like what you would do if it was like a classical game, because part of it is, you almost do feel bad because it's like you could sit here as long as you want and take as long as you want, right? But since it's not a two-way thing, like obviously it doesn't have to, well, it has the same amount of time, but it's not using it. There is like a certain aspect like that in chess a lot, I find, or in a lot of things, but like, you know, you almost feel bad for doing it because you could sit there and like, especially when you're winning, like, oh, I'm already up a piece. Now you almost feel bad. So it's like, oh, do I really want to sit there and calculate this super long when I'm already up? Because then it feels like, oh, it's almost BM. But then you end up, if you want to be the most efficient, you almost have to do that. Right? Like, there is something to that. Like, oh, you're just being a try hard. You're already up a piece, but you still want to try so hard and this and that. Like, and the last game came down almost to like a bishop pair, right? The nuance of that instead of just like simple, which sort of shows you it's good, but I still don't feel like it's that good when there's only 8 total levels and level 6 is like, on my level or maybe a little better. It just, sometimes it's hard to tell in the beginning of games, like, oh, this could be a super grandmaster, but it looks like it's not, immediately beating you in like 10 moves, which of course it shouldn't do that, but that's sometimes the fake wait. This is going to get potentially caught out. This might be almost exactly what happened the last game. Because it'll go like here and then you're attacking this as well. And the knight is a problem. It was something similar, like where I let him have a bishop pair and I didn't and stuff like that. Yeah, see, like a move like this, like you already kind of know what's gonna happen, but like I guess I'd rather lose the knight, but I don't know, or he's not even doing it that way. Like this barely even bothers me. It could be building towards something better, but it seems like pushing this would have been good because the knight has nowhere to go, and even if there is something you can do with it, it turns it into a very uncomfortable spot. Like you could do this. Actually, I can't even do it. Um, this is why trading the knights is so important to me because it's like it really does turn into a liability at some point. It feels like they missed something good there, or maybe um maybe there's some way out of it. That's something that good players can sometimes do too, is like, oh, they won't do that move that would have totally worked because they know that there's an answer to it, but it doesn't mean that I knew the answer. Like, now this still ends up being pretty good for them because they get a potential fork that I can't figure out how to stop. Um, because even if I go to the light square, you end up opening that same thing from before, so it's kind of like he did the same threat, but in like a more long-winded way. So how could I cover this? And the answer is I really can't. Yeah, see, this shows you something. I played it kind of fast, and I'm not saying it's even that good, but it's doing things that are a little bit more. But see, the way that I typically play that's good is like I control the position a bit more. Like I would have traded more so on my terms, whereas here I'm just sort of doing it, right? Like I'm just trading just to trade, which I do that a lot too. But I mean, sometimes I'm more selective with it. So here I genuinely can't do anything because, again, the knights are useless even in this scenario where like, okay, all I would have to do is cover this, but I can't even do that because of the constrained amount of space. And so the knights really throw you off because it's like you're trying to do something else. Like, just it's more so their liability. Like, oh, this could have been attacked and it had nowhere to go before, and that opens the unleash of this, and it's like I really just can't cover that. There's nothing, that's one of those like, oh, it's a fork, duh, that's obvious, that's basic, but there's nothing that you could do. And now they sort of almost flex on you a little bit. He's flexing on me because it's like, no matter what I do, he must still be able to take it, even though I don't understand exactly how. Like the pawns I could care less about, but this sort of shows you it's advanced. Like I'm sort of mocking a little bit that, oh, it's not even that good, but I don't even get it. You take. I could take here. I could take with the bishop. He's doing something more. This might actually be better than I'm giving it credit for. He's doing things that don't even make any sense. Like it's just completely. You can't even explain what he's doing. Right, within simple 2 to 3 move calculation, like it's completely just inexplicable what's happening. Um, like, oh, you could do this, you could totally do it. I win a pawn, but then what he's gonna do is way beyond this, right? Like it's not even. He, maybe it's not that special though. Sometimes I don't know. You raise it, I could take it, but I can't take it because now you're planning this. Dark Square Bishop is here. What's your What you'd have to do is you'd have to consider the fact that the material is still even. So I mean, it shows you like it's better than me, but it's not like way better. Or again, it's playing at something more, which is very hard to explain what like is even going on sometimes with this. Like some of these moves are genuinely just insane. Like he's obviously pinning this, so I can't even take it. Then he's potentially doing the fork. Then he's gonna go, here. Um, you know what you could almost do? You could go here because that, well, because that square itself, that row isn't actually covered. So for now, look, dude, this is why you just try to trade anyway because it's just too much. The one piece that I failed to incorporate adequately is the Dark Square Bishop itself. And the reason why is because, okay, you'll go here now. See, I'm pretty good usually at like seeing people's moves too. Like, I kind of immediately know what they're trying to do, or that's what I always find easier to do. Like, play defensively, because it's like, oh, if you play defensively, you just have to look at what they're doing and try to react to it and try to prevent their idea, right? Try to figure out their idea. Instead, with me, it's like I uh, trying to come up with an idea yourself or from scratch or whatever. I was almost thinking I could go like this and then he does it, but then I don't have to take. I can just move it. But then the problem is that he can still do it. So that was very crushing within 23 moves. Like, it would be interesting to see what level he actually is considered to have played at because that is truly, it's that powerlessness that you feel when you're playing better players. It's like there's just nothing you can see what he's doing, but there's nothing you can do. Or if I took my time, maybe a little bit, but you see, oh, it's a fork, but it doesn't matter that it's a fork, or you know, like, yes, it's a fork, but you can't stop the fork, or that was pretty crushing. In fact, I played this before, but like yesterday even, and it wasn't quite that bad. So this is like where opening theory is almost coming into play, where it might not seem like it, but oh, I'm letting him have a bishop pair and I don't, or I'm letting him. Yeah, see that is a little bit crazy. One mistake, one inaccuracy, 18 cent upon 94. This is the perfect one to demonstrate. Like, it doesn't look that good, but it is still pretty good. Although it's not like, what would this translate to? It's probably like an IM, or maybe not even though. It's hard to judge it, but like, even in the opening, I'm doing things that are dumb. Like, like this whole situation was such a disaster, right? This is a terrible trade. Well, it actually is telling me to do it, but it seems like a terrible trade because you're setting up for, oh, he can go here and fork and he's taking there, or the knight has nowhere to go. Like, it's such a messy position that even if that's kind of what my philosophy is. Even if it's not a bad objectively position, based on the engine and stuff, it's like, is it comfortable and is it intuitive to actually do? This move actually makes a lot of sense, even though it seems random. This move makes a lot of sense because you're both preventing that from being targeted, but you're also preventing the knight from coming in and doing the same way. But no, that's not where it went. How did he even get to the... How did he get there? Oh, he goes there, then there, then there. I'm sure that like a 2000 rated player on here and otherwise could beat this, but the thing that people never do, that I'm never doing in any of my games too, is like, you're not really exerting yourself, right? You're like treating, oh, it's just a game, which of course it is, but it's like, are you really exerting yourself? Like, did I calculate to my fullest there? Not at all, right? Did I take my time to my fullest, which I had infinite time? I didn't. So this is kind of the fallacy that you run into, right? Like, you are in a position where you'd say, oh, you're not good at something, whatever it might be, but obviously this is a good example. Oh, you're not good. But then, oh, so are you trying your best and then you're not good? No, you're not trying and then you're not good. So what if you did try, whether it be externally outside of an individual game like studying, or in the course of a game, are you actually trying your hardest, pushing yourself, calculating everything, or even taking all your time and stuff like that? That I typically only do till I lose a game. Then the other things I was doing, like on those silent streams, was Hearthstone slash. Oh yeah, now I'm gonna miss Spectral and Result when I was supposed to get it. That was part of the whole reason why I was even playing Hearthstone, but I probably missed it by now. It's so unclear because it shows up like, oh, it's been added to the game, like in the whatever, in some sort of patch notes, but then it doesn't actually show up there. So I would want to just see it for that reason alone. But yeah, it's a situation where, and here I could actually game capture it properly instead of doing it in the stupid. I'll never find this now though. Instead of doing it in the stupid display capture. But yeah, the whole point with that is that bot is good, but it's not that good. So it's kind of hard to explain because I kind of make fun of these bots, like, oh, they're so trash because whatever, like, oh, what is the ones on chess.com are actually the rating, right? Like the rating boost, and it's like, uh why does this thing keep changing? Hang on. It's a situation where, oh, it's a 2000 rated bot, or it's, Ding Liren's bot, and I'm getting to the end game. Like, I know he's a choker, but not that bad against me. So it's like, oh, a 2000 rated bot is like a 1500 rated player, right? It's not even remotely close to how people actually play on that site. And so, I could play 1500s and I'm getting destroyed, and it's just not the same. So I really don't know what how long has it been? It's been like a week since I played this because I didn't do anything. Right, I wasn't even, I missed like 4 days in a row, which is crazy. But I should have at least checked this. This is a good way that they almost psychologically condition you to be obsessed with something. It's like, oh, we're gonna release this limited time thing, and you have to keep going in just to check it, just to see if it's out or something. That sort of compulsory aspect is kind of effective because you're not really even interested in playing it. It's kind of like with the mount farmers in WoW or something. Like, oh, you want to farm all the mounts, but it's like uh
Come in. There's always something new here in the end.
you want to farm the thing. So that's where we got with my gimmick shaman deck, right? And that was able to that was very fun actually, and even getting to gold is quite an accomplishment. And then I tried doing an armor warrior, or not an armor warrior, an elusive warrior with like the Tortola and some of the other warrior cards that are elusive, but it wasn't really that interesting. Like, there wasn't much of a theme behind it besides that. So I'm assuming it would be on here now. Like, I don't see how it couldn't be at this point. Like, what is all this kil'jaeden stuff? Like, the StarCraft thing is over. I should do like a first playthrough permadeath of StarCraft actually, because what the fuck? Shade of Hakama. I won't even know if it was available or not. Like, maybe in the last 5 days. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with Spectral Nerzal. I have no idea. How can this be? I guess I can do a little mini segment of this. I'm so confused. Like, how did they do this? How did they do it? They're doing a comma, right? Which I don't understand, because like, what the fuck are they doing with it? I don't know. Like, I actually should look it up in the sense that, but it doesn't tell you either. Like, it'll say, oh, it's added to the game, but it doesn't mean that it's actually available. Spectral Nerzal, February 19th. Spectral Nerzal release date. I don't know. Check on the stupid Reddit. My friend actually put one of my arts on there, which I never like when people do that, but can someone tell me how to get the skin? Yeah, see, somebody's asking that too. 2 months ago. I'm pretty sure it hasn't released yet. Likely Emerald Dream expansion comes out. I don't know. When does that actually come out then? Emerald Dream release date, Hearthstone, which is a great subject matter for an expansion. March 25th. Wait a second. That shows you how little I'm paying attention. That guy's saying it was with the Emerald Dream expansion, but it's obviously not. Or maybe with the mini set. I don't know. And nobody has an answer for this. Like, I was doing this even when I was doing the GTA series. I got distracted and did it for this reason. So, I don't know. That's so dumb. Like, I can't even figure it out. I'm assuming it wasn't available because I would have played, like 5-6 days ago, like a week ago, and it maybe wouldn't have changed. Like how long do these shop rotations even last? I guess I don't really care, but I did really want that one, because that's basically the one that I was asking for. I kept saying, oh, why don't they have Nerzal in the armor like the Frozen Throne, which this one isn't exactly like that, but especially since I'm playing Shaman so much anyway. Or it should just tell you here more clearly, but it won't. Like, that's a troll flavor text. Purchasable when available in the shop. Yes, but when is it available? Like, give me an idea. Yes, whenever it's available in the shop. But when, how do I know that? It's not part of a bundle or anything. It's so dumb. Like, oh, I'm trying to waste my money on some shit in a dead game, dying game, and there's still, you know what I kept having happen, actually, in those sessions, is people kept coming in, like, offering to, which can sometimes be a scam or whatever, just people soliciting, but like it's a situation where they kept asking like, oh, I want to make art for your channel or something, or emotes and stuff for your channel, right? Those kind of people were in the chat at that point. I don't know why then. I never have that happen when I'm streaming. Well, maybe I have, but that would happen in those, maybe because they're such long streams, or I don't know.
Erzul versus Anduin.
And of course, this skin I call the Thirst Trap Ner'zhul because I think it's dumb that he's you know, shirtless like that or whatever. But this is the one that they decided to give us instead. I did actually get to gold, which might not seem like a big deal, but for a gimmick deck, that's always a good thing. And I maybe overdid this one, like I beat it to death, where I, you know, played it a bit too much there. But, and you know, I'd rather do the same one over and over than make any sort of alteration to it. But again, it's not about, oh, it's meant to be good. It's that it's meant to be thematic, as in every single card in the deck, except for that 10 cost Eye of the Storm thing, says the word transform in it, whether it be, or, well, either copy or transform. Yeah, this is the only thing that doesn't say it, but it works for the clown and it kind of is fine. But either it says a copy or transform, right? So either you're summoning copies of something or you're transforming it in keeping with evolve. So even that one sort of seems like an odd one, but yeah, it's a situation where I
Watch your back.
this was much more fun than the warrior one I just made on a whim, and it was kind of like very shitty, and like it didn't have much going on for it.
My power is as infinite as the stars.
No, would this even help me choose an enemy? Steal health. This is gonna be some meta stupid. So yeah, again, you're trying to get these big evolves, which sometimes, you know, you're just starved for the AoEs. And what I tend to do with these also is like, instead of, oh, you should have three, you should have like 2 copies of the best cards, I just have 1 copy of each card just to give variety. So I'd rather have like, I'm gonna have a worse evolve card than I could have 2 of the same better one, but I'd rather just do it anyway. Right, that's the difference. This can go here. Again, this is a 5 cost, which shouldn't be too bad. Some of the effects really mess you up, and it's just such a fun mechanic because it's so, you know, random equals fun, and Hearthstone is a game where no fun allowed. Like the anti-fun card, that little stupid steam cleaner that gets you in a position to, oh, this could actually work out because it could kill the Serenite Chain Gang, or I should have obviously done something else actually. Is I should have summoned the totem because I would have given it another target to potentially kill. And yeah, what I always say with this is evolve basically works as a heal, not directly, but like, you know, you can trade in as much as you want, and then you're at 1 HP and you can always evolve it, and it basically will effectively heal it to a similar health value based on what you get. But yeah, this has been sort of a random contextless set of stuff that I've been doing in terms of you know, I was doing these just because you're able to, they're kind of better to play, you know, in those contexts. Like, oh, if you're doing it without commentary or something, I wouldn't want to do something I've never played before, or I wouldn't want to whatever, do something more intensive, like this kind of something mindless that you can do over and over in a way. May attack again. This seems like a good opportunity to do it, but Now that could work, but again, sometimes those are a little bit underwhelming, which that was very underwhelming. Overloaded rogue tourist. Your spells cost 2 less. Oh, that costs 2 or less. Cast twice.
Awaken, my children.
So this ends up being pretty good to sort of trigger the. Let me see. There's nothing. Nothing good to even do that with is the problem. I could have hit into there still, but
Let me change your mind.
I mean, if you feel bad almost for not doing it, but one less for each card drawn this turn. You know, when you have the chance to do that, it's not a very good pull though. You want some kind of effect maybe to go along with it. That card is kind of ridiculous, right? That I even had it in one of these, probably in the warrior one. Just, you know, sometimes you put stuff like that in there just as a filler card, like, oh, just I don't have enough to elusive minions to fill the whole deck if that's my whole gimmick theme that I'm going for. So I just do that instead. This might actually be worth it, but what you could do before that is you could easily get rid of some of it. Or, you know what? Sometimes I'm probably not doing these things in the right order, all things considered, but it's a situation where I made some sort of prediction with this guy that even though I hadn't played the game in any of the recent expansions, I somehow said that he was being set up to be, because I had seen some of the cutscenes and stuff, he was being set up to be the final boss actually of that expansion. I guess it was BFA. Just the way they were portraying him was so colorful and like, you know, whatever, invested. He would have been like some sneak final boss, final villain, which at least as far as I'm aware wasn't the case. But yeah, like it was Nazoth or Ajara or whatever. But I thought somehow he would have some bigger role to play, or he would be like the final boss type character. Or this is one of my favorite theories ever that I came up with, was when Arthas says to, or sorry, when Arthas' father says, "No king rules forever, my son," right? And then he tells Bolvar to become the next Lich King. What would prove something nefarious going on with that? Like, oh, it's just an innocent moment and we're all emotional and invested and the Lich King just died. Oh no, wait a second. That spectral apparition of Arthas' father is actually the old god, Yogg-Saron, because he says the same thing, right? In the, when you're fighting him, he will learn no king rules forever, right? So you use the same line, "No king rules forever, my son." So that's actually Yogg saying it, but he's pretending to be Arthas' father. And you might think, what's the big thing? The whole point is that it's a gambit to try to persuade everybody that, oh, we always need a Lich King. We need another Lich King, even though you don't, right? He's just lying and saying that so that you keep another one, and now this one will be easier to control, and the old gods will influence him or whatever. Like, they'll manipulate him to continue the conflict and different chaos that's going on. Like, oh, there must always be a Lich King. No, there doesn't have to be. There wasn't one before, you know. That was there, but that's such a good theory because it's the same line that there's maybe, see, this could turn out to be true, but I said this years ago. I said that maybe even at the time I saw that. But that line is echoed, no king rules forever, that Yogg says that obviously Tyrannus is his name, Arthas' dad. And so what that shows you is that, again, it could be Yogg doing that in the subtle way that the old gods sometimes operate, that, oh, it looks like just a touching moment between father and son and he's trying to help, there must always be a Lich King, and then, oh, it's actually all part of his plan that he's trying to it's all part of his plan, that he's trying to manipulate them and keep conflicts going and keep, you know, a weak Lich King that he can use to influence him. Like that's such a good interest. You know, that actually doesn't feel contrived. That actually feels sort of organic because they choose to use that line. That would be sort of the clue, and it would show you that obviously, I don't know, it just feels, it makes sense, right? I always have a penchant for coming up with those sort of editorial moments where, you know, you're able to whatever, like come up with like an alternate ending that would have been better than what actually happens and stuff. Alright, that's good. And obviously I wouldn't mind doing the warrior one, but it's kind of boring. Like, it's not even that interesting. Like, oh, I like elusive and it has Tortola in there that, you know, gives me a chance to use it, but it's not actually that interesting. I guess I should do one of them. Yeah, at least I'm doing proper commentary streams, but they might be shorter than even usual, although the average time would be like an hour or so. Yeah, these are like the perfect filler sort of categories, and I talk about like, oh, chess is a filler category. Like when you don't know what else to do and you don't have a ton of time or whatever, you can just do it, go in, do a game. That's kind of how I'm treating this, which even this takes a bit more preparation to see like, oh, what deck do I really want to do, or what other things do you really want to do. But that at least shows you they're doing it for the fun factor, unless that somehow has become a pseudo meta thing to just add more cards to your deck for some reason. But yeah, it's a position where you're not able to enjoy the... Actually, they're venomous. And then I was even trying to do PvZ heroes, which maybe, you know, they're all just sort of throwaway things at this point, but it can still be good because you get to whatever, like it's something I'm not apprehensive about doing in that context of, like, you know, not the highest quality kind of a thing, just even though you could say this is not the same, but like when I'm doing those with no commentary, right? Just some throwaway thing that you can just do over and over. Why have there been so many priests too? Because I was having that happen too on the ladder. Like when I was just playing the last month, obviously, I was seeing a ton of priests actually. Little 10th anniversary thing, which technically it wouldn't have been this year. It would have been last year if you did the closed beta, like I did that. So in gaming news, Oblivion Remastered came out of nowhere apparently and is out. I didn't know anything about that. I hadn't heard anything about it. I had heard more about the Oblivion mod or something, like Sky Oblivion or whatever, where it's like a Oblivion and Skyrim or Morrowind and, you know, some crossover kind of mod thing, fan made thing like that. Or I even would have said that, what's the other thing? Oh, I saw that GTA 6 is delayed till 2026. I get like these little pop-ups on my phone sometimes about stuff that I don't even want to see, but I'm assuming that's legitimate. So you can take out both of these and you'd be able to do it in such a way that, again, you're just sort of pushing the elusive thing as much as possible. Everything in here is that, except for some of these things that are... See, look what you had to do. That's a perfect example. Look at the lengths that you had to go to just deal with that. Even though, and of course what makes it really good is when you get to use Lorthamar, and then you have all these juiced out values, like, oh, it's a 8-16 and it's a 12-12 and it's all this kind of stuff. Or that's the one thing I also wanted to do, is like the Warcraft TCG itself, but the problem with that is we just wasted like 2 AoE removals on a single target. But yeah, they should have added a mode in this game that allows you to just use those cards. Right? Why not just translate it over? How hard could that be? It'd be such a good idea. Give people a chance to try that. And it would allow you to... Even that's kind of good value too, because like, what if I just don't do anything then and let you trade into that? It's exactly what it's meant for. Like, oh, you know, there's gonna summon something big and they can't ping this normally, so yeah, he'll waste another AoE big removal just to get rid of one thing. I should try to do these almost in the morning or something, but it's like, either way, like, I'm usually super tired. And that was always a trope with Hearthstone in particular. I don't know why. I would always be like half asleep when playing it. I would do it on like a day where I didn't have a ton of time, or I was doing something else all day, like a Sunday or something. And then I was like half asleep and falling asleep. We can do that one, and then we get to... This effect is actually incredibly good because, you know, you're going to take an hour to actually get through that. And again, if you juice it up more, now it's 12 with, you know, potentially take 12 hits, and it allows you to... That didn't seem like a very impactful play. So now... Tortola is good, but we can sort of save them a little bit. We'll do this one. I almost don't want to give them too many targets because they're sort of shown that they're willing to use AoE removal on very limited things, on even single targets, right? Which is part of the satisfaction of how powerless you make them feel. They have to ping my face with that. They have to... Okay, that one's very fortunate for them, but it still didn't even work because of the... It just shows you, like, there's nothing he can do to it. And sometimes even good decks have that problem. Like, it could be a meta deck, it could be good, but they just can't do anything to stop it. Oh yeah, that's what we want to see. Then you can sort of start to run away. Oh, not only is that just satisfying to see the high values, but it's also like, you know, it gives you a good chance to win even against potentially good decks, because again, what are you going to do to a, you know, 10-8 elusive and a 8-12 and a 4-16 with that and a 14-14 and all these kind of values when they already can't be targeted either? And what happens is I missed a chance to do another Lorthamar. You can see the thematic hard commit that we have, and obviously we've loved this effect from the very beginning. It's a good way to cheat having to make the card art too noticeable. Well, I mean, it's obviously made anyway here, but like, oh, they don't have to show the card art because it's all, you know, glowed out, so you never have to... Even the effect always looks so cool, but the one thing it never had was a keyword, and I had to beg for it for 10 years before they finally added it. Now these values could start to become good, but the problem is that you know, you need like a rush more so than anything else. I love that. It's a 10-2, like the 2 health really matters. Yeah, I don't know if I missed the Spectral Nurzul if it had been out in like the last week, or if it just still hasn't been out. I don't get it though, because it's added to the game and in the game files and stuff, but now we have to hope that Rag is gonna ping both of these, or it could hit this guy twice actually, but and we get even armor from that. It's still like we're not getting a rush, so we can't actually do anything about that. Right, and well, I guess it would be good enough if I, you know, with all these beefed up values. But yeah, this deck isn't as interesting, but again, the elusive emphasis is still very good. Very fun, very thematic at least. Yeah, see that he's just there to tank it, and then I can flip it back at the very end, but at this point Thracian almost doesn't seem to matter that much. But okay, we definitely need to do that. And the reason why is because, you know, we got to get rid of this for sure. And I could maybe flip something back. And the way that you could do it is, I saw the funniest interaction with this ever, which I forget if that was on stream or not, but like where I thought I was going to lose, and then, you know, it was my Iron Juggernaut Warrior thing, and then they have this themselves, then they draw one of the mines, and then they still had enough health left after that, and I was about to die that turn, but then this caused them, or whatever, I was about to lose ultimately, and they would have dragged the game out and healed and stuff later, but it's because this caused them to recast the thing. It allowed them to recast the bomb itself that you get from the Iron Juggernaut, which I never would have expected, and it's their own minion doing it, and they didn't seem to realize it either. That interaction is hilarious. They have 20 health, and I have, you know, like one mine left in their deck, or if it doesn't kill them this turn, they're going to recover and run away with it. I'm in like fatigue mode, or I'm in really dire straits, and so I'm going to lose in a couple turns. And then, oh, they draw a mine, and it's like, oh, that's not going to be enough. They have to draw another one in a row, and they don't. But then I still win at the end of the turn. That's like one of those things that rewards you for not quitting. Just like, you know, by not quitting out, you get rewarded and see an interaction that, you know, because I didn't know that, obviously, but it ended up being worth it. You really need this lifesteal, and I might not actually get it. Right, that lifesteal becomes very valuable, and one cost copy. I almost don't care at this point, but I was more so concerned about the damage values. But if you can just do that like 4 times. Okay, but he's using a lot anyway. It almost doesn't bother me because, again, he's having trouble dealing with my board regardless of anything, but the lifesteal is really what I needed.
Total darkness will be my revenge. Gather round, everyone.
Now, this isn't really part of the deck, but it's just, I keep getting this one. I've gotten this one like 100 times. Right, now this should be easy for him to do, because all he has to do is do the hero power 4 times and have like 4 cards to play in between it. You have 3 more to do, which you can, and even if it's not enough, it's gonna be too close because you can do it the next turn. I would do this honestly for the armor. As stupid as that seems, like I'll do this and then I'll do, oh shit.
Darkness will consume you.
They have 1 HP. Do we have some sort of crazy comeback in us, even when as I'm talking about the invoke? Nothing you're gonna be able to do about the hero power, like. Or no, I should have. Ah. I might have just threw it. I should have done the armor again first, right? With that. Wait, I wouldn't have been able. No, I would have been able to.
I can wait and fish all day.
The point is, we still get some fun interactions with the whole thing, but it's not really worth it.
Darkness will consume
That line is pretty fitting for some of my random gimmick decks in the first place. Whatever, we got to showcase both of those, and they're both not very good, although the evolve one wasn't that bad considering, oh, it got to gold. Like, that's really a big achievement. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to try another round of the level 6 chess bot, and of course, I've kind of gone in order, and every session for a while I've done, like, at the beginning, right, I would try, okay, I'll try to play against every bot until I lose a game. And what that allows you to do, my mic gain changes on this thing every single time. I don't know why it does that. Whatever. The point is that, you know, I'll play every single bot until I lose a game, and the thing is that it allows me to, and then if I lose, then I'll stop and do it in another session. So what I want to show with this is that, you know, it should show you that I should at least be able to draw it because of the way that I play sometimes. And I don't know, I feel like I could be very obstinate like that where it was really good. Like, you know, I could play a 2000 rated player in a classical game and I could really just muck it up and annoy the shit out of them. And that's the kind of pleasure you have to take in a game like chess. You can't take pleasure in winning. There's this stupid line from the Queen's Gambit that I made fun of. Like, I could do a whole series of streams where like I just react to, and I wouldn't show it, but I would just like sync up the timestamp and I react to the Queen's Gambit and I shit all over it and I just completely trash it because it's so bad in so many ways. Actually, it's predictable, it's sort of slow paced, it's just, it really, I'm not even gonna say it's bad, but it's like, it's really overrated like crazy. And oh yeah, the biggest criticism was like, it's a show about chess, which is a real game, of course. And so what do you do with that? Oh, you do the fact that it doesn't actually even address chess properly. It treats it in some sort of, you know, pseudo intellectual way, but it's like, does it actually show interest in chess? And here's a good example. They build up to this big showdown confrontation between Beth Harmon and Benny, right? The US champion or whatever it is that they're, you know, they keep playing that night before in these blitz games, and he's kind of psyching her out. And then, oh, it's the morning, and this shows you how much interest in the game of chess they actually have. They sit down, right, for the classical game in the morning, and then, oh, the game ends. Like, they just skip the whole game. And then, oh, she won. Like, what? That's supposed to be a big, pivotal, you know, major game in the story, and they just skip the whole thing. They don't give you any sort of nuance. There's no sort of internal game theory. I even used Yu-Gi-Oh, the anime, to illustrate that. Like, oh, even though it doesn't follow the real life game very accurately, and you know, whatever the flaws of that are, it's like they would always introduce like a game theory element, like, oh, in this game you have to deal with the fact that it's a shadow game, or in this game you have to deal with the fact that something, you know, somebody's being held hostage, or every time you lose a monster you lose, like they would add like something else to it, like the game within the game. So pretend that chess wasn't a real game, you would need to add things like, it doesn't matter about the game. It matters like, oh, this guy's really good with knights, this player. And so Beth is trying the whole game so we give the audience something to latch onto. The game doesn't exist. It's not a real game. You don't need to be a GM, super GM to appreciate it because it's not real. It doesn't exist, right? You're making a show about a fictional game or whatever, something like that. So you're looking for something to latch onto, like, oh, so we heard last night from somebody that this guy's really good with a knight, so you know that, oh my goodness, Bet's going to be trying to trade for the knight, and then he denies it, and there's some drama and intrigue, and that's kind of his specialty. And somebody else is really good with bishop pairs. Like, that's the point, is like, oh, this guy's really good, but he struggles on time, or he's a front runner, and all. You could, everybody has like their strength and play style and this and that, and so you have some internal game theory, like, this opponent is good with this, and they're good with this, and so on. And so that's the point. Like, pretend like it's not a real game, so it doesn't require you to be an expert on the real game, because there is no real game. Or even as a bonus, like, just it's not enough the way they show it. Like, really, there's no real intrigue or interest. This is what sometimes the problem is too. Really good chess players will say, oh, this is a good moment, or this is a great thing, but like, from an audience perspective, and again, they'll just say, oh, because you're not good enough, so you don't get it, or whatever. But it's like, from an audience perspective, it's like, there's very little done to that. So either, oh, it just assumes you have to be an expert on chess, which the majority of people are not, on the planet. That should never be a requirement, right? Like, oh, to appreciate a sports movie, you have to be good at the sport. Like, nobody would ever say that, right? The majority of people are not going to be that, and otherwise, but yeah, it's actually kind of underwhelming. It's not really as good as it was made out to be. See, here's the sign of a good player, though. I'll even give it to it, right? That this is level 6. They always didn't. This is actually the most identifiable trait of a good player ever. You think about it from my perspective. Oh, I would just trade everything off and try to get to the end game and just trade indiscriminately, like that. Or again, average players, low-rated players, they're gonna trade, or they're gonna do what they're gonna do and have some action and taking and all this kind of stuff. The one thing that better players do is they deny trades. Right? And you can say, oh, that just seems like that because I'm always seeking them out, but that's kind of part of the point. Like, he's not gonna let me do it, right? He's not gonna let me trade because, oh, he's so good that he's gonna, use his pieces more effectively and this and that. And it's like, it's annoying because this seems kind of cute, like, oh, he can't take with the pawn then, but he's not gonna do that anyway, though. What's he gonna do? The thing I don't do is I often don't take my time in these ways that I should. See, now the trade would be, oh, it's only advantageous for him, the trade, because somehow you're gonna trade for a bishop kind of either way, and so you almost I don't know. So the point is that take what if I just do that? Wait, but why? Wait, I don't even understand that. That might have been a good move. I don't even understand why. You do this, you take it for free. And why is that? Why couldn't he do that? That was a big mistake, but I just did it anyway. There's no need for me to do, you know what? Let's just do that. I don't know what happened with that. I have no idea. Like, why that was good. I misunderstood even what I was trying to do. I'll even acknowledge it. See, like, so much of what I do is not... Now that pawn might be the difference in the game, and I might win because of that, but it's like... I don't know, like, my whole thing is, like, everything I'm doing is simple-minded, because either I'm not taking enough time to think about it, which I can sometimes do pretty good things when I do take my time, but, oh, this totally locks down the thing, though. So either I'm not taking my time, or I'm not bringing in the fundamental knowledge that you need to have that would allow you to do this adequately. So it's a case where you go here. But no, doesn't it seem like relatively even? Like this, I just am baffled by these things. So I could theoretically beat level 6, although it is difficult. And I'm only a 1700 rated player on here on an inflated site at that. So level 7 could be beaten by a 2000 player on this inflated site, and then level 8 is like a 2200, I guess. Like that's all. I thought it was supposed to be that, you know, the highest level is going to be like a super grandmaster or maybe even beyond, and I guess it's just not. The bots basically suck is what I'm saying. So this is like an octopus bishop in a way that, not that he couldn't double attack it. So what I was trying to do is almost go there, and it's just like, you know, that is the one thing you got to take pleasure in, though. You got to be kind of a psycho in chess, like take some pleasure in this could be bad. Take some pleasure in mucking it up, dragging it out, drawing the games, you know, pissing people off, just like being obstinate. Like I'm gonna sit here for 3 hours and just play super stale and repetitive and survive and not lose and draw, and that's gonna be fun for me, even though I'm not winning or doing anything. Like, why is that a good thing? So going here seems like a very bad idea, right? You're leaving that, there's no reason. See, what I'm trying to do here is just move space for the knight to come in and attack this. The problem is I can't do that, and the reason why I can't do that is because of the simple fact that there's nowhere good for this to move, and anywhere I go up like this could just cause more problems. So why even do that? So like I'm gonna do it. This is again where so much of my style of play is informed by trading. Now, couldn't I just leave it? Because like if I take, you know what, this is kind of an advanced thing, because this pawn is going to beget something much deeper than you're. I don't know how I even did that, but it's going to turn into something good. If I do this, he might save the knight. He might just save the knight. But I do this, you take, then this is now covered on an open file. This could turn into like a pass pawn that could win you the game or something, and that's a good trade. So, but now he's letting me. Wait, what? That I'm not good at these sort of things, like the nuance of, oh, pass pawns and this and that. But why would they let me do that? So that's a hilarious thing. Even if I win this game, or wait, no, I'll be fine. Even if I win this game, it'll be because of a mistake I made. Right, I didn't understand the position. I did something stupid, but now it's going to benefit me. Because like I apparently made a good move, or it just made a mistake. Like that. What is that move? Why did I even do that? Right, because now you can take this for free. I'd have to see that in the engine. There must be a reason why, but I'm talking all this shit, dude. Didn't even cry. Okay. You got me there, dude. You got me there. Even then, it wasn't that important though. Like I could have just. It was basically a trade. I didn't have to do that other. It's when you press and try to be over the top and offensively, aggressive, that bad things happen. You know, I try to that is like a bad tendency. Like, oh, I could just easily draw it if I wanted to, but I try to overdo it and try to press for the win, and it just doesn't work, and it's not my specialty, and I'm kind of too lazy or shitty to attack. So that's a blunder. You're supposed to go there. That was a pretty funny game, though. I love this one pawn move. These pieces look bad. Oh, do they? I can change them. I was actually playing blindfold chess anyway for the most part, so I was like, wait, why doesn't it change? What the heck? Or is this part of my add-on? Oh, they are. Oh, what is all this? I don't think I've even seen that. Is this one better? The pieces look almost as bad as my level of play. But no, I want to see the explanation for this pawn move. This one is amazing. I make a move that is a blunder, and then see, like, why? Why? I don't get it. I take, they take. Now, why couldn't they take here? Because then you take. Okay, I get that, but okay, because you're pinning. That's the funniest thing ever. That, like, even if I make a move that could potentially have won me the game, it would have been because it's a mistake and I didn't understand why. Like, it's just purely an accident. And then if that was an actual tournament kind of game, oh, you cheated. Why else would you do that move? Like, maybe I just messed up and it just worked out. I love that move. Like, what the fuck is this move? And then you go and you can't do that because I do this, and then what happens after? They go here, and then if I don't, yeah, whenever you trade the knight for the, so that pawn actually becomes instrumental. Actually, that's the whole reason why you're winning the, like, this pawn represents what high level play is about. If you enjoy this move, you should play chess, because this is what it's going to be. This is what it comes down to, right? It literally comes down to, first of all, that's a blunder anyway, but this is the kind of dumb shit. Oh yes, remember that game from 1976 where the Super Grandmaster beat a player where they do this pawn move, like, and then they end up turning it into a passed pawn and promoting it later, and like, this is it, dude. This is the game. This is pawn on b5, and this would be the nuanced kind of way that you win the game. Like, let's actually see what it's saying. Let's see it play out. I just want to see that. Like, it's so stupid, but it's just so unintuitive. Like, nobody is playing the game like this. But the best moves are like that, and even the way that we arrive at that position is through a blunder. But then again, that might seem, oh, it's only natural you blunder at this level, but that's actually true even at a high level. Even GMs, even super GMs, will blunder at times in an unfamiliar position, and then they kind of make the best out of it. So it's like, nobody studied that line because they wouldn't have blundered if they did, but now they calculate something out of it, right, and turn it into something good is kind of the point. So there is some truth to that even the best players have that happen. It's just some of the moves you make are like, you could blame the engine for that, but it's really not the engine's fault. The engine will just reveal to you the nature of the game, right? It's the fault of the nature of the game in the sense that it's an octopus knight. It's a fault of the nature of the game when it comes to the drawish, stale, repetitive, back and forth kind of way that you have to play it. Which, to be fair, a lot of games can feel that way if you... What? This game is actually very... No, this one is kind of a troll. This one is so... Look at where the pawns are. Look at everything. This is such a mess of a position. I've never hardly seen a position like this. This one turned out really, really weird. I swear that this game is very memorable for some reason. But no, like, what should I have done? I should have just been a defensive... I always say it too, but it's so boring to play like that, but it's the right way to play because it proves that chess is just a boring game. See, even this, like, oh, I think I'm doing something here, but then it's a blunder. Like, I don't have to do it. There's nothing... I should really put that to the test, and unfortunately I can't even play people now unless some viewer or some random person wants to play me, but I've failed my chess permadeath challenge, so I can't play on there anymore, like against random people. I'm just using it to play the bots. One thing was happening that's interesting that has nothing to do with chess is that I had thought the Clippers were going to win this game and they're getting blown the fuck out. I did that one stream actually that was pretty good around the Super Bowl that I reacted live. Obviously I didn't show it, but I was just talking through it, where I what do you call it? I was like reacting to the Super Bowl live, and it was kind of a fun thing, even though I don't know uh anything about the NFL really. I know actually quite a bit about the NBA. In fact, I once had an alter ego known as the basketball historian. Maybe I could go through my best takes of that. I had so many good quotes, like I can't even remember now, but like how the league owes Steph Curry a 4-point line before he retires because he's basically played as if that was going to be the case. But this was the chance for like the Clippers to get revenge on the Nuggets for 2020 in the bubble when they were up 3-1 and then lost. But yet they lose to them again. So I'd be really mad. And for both of these series, Kawhi was actually healthy. So I can't even say anything as somebody who really likes Kawhi and respects him. Like, you should have been able to win both of these series and whatever. But looking at the quality of play in chess 960. Why are there no mistakes on some of these? Just because it's like an end game that's very obvious, I guess. Yeah, I'm not too happy with this. The only thing that really, the only kind of chess content I want to do now, to be honest with you, is like this IRL stuff. Like I would go to a tournament in real life and whatever, and just let it speak for itself. Right, I'm done with the sites because I just can't even do it. Or that would almost be an unlock condition for them. Like, oh, I can reopen my chess.com/chess account that I failed the permanent challenge and I had to delete them. I could reopen them only if I get to like 2,000 FIDE, the Alex Botez challenge. Can I get to 2,000 FIDE, and will I get 1 million followers if I do? Because it's just, let me show the art actually, which is not for that, but it's like, what is it here? Oh yeah, the Stimuli Acme. The Stimuli Acme is preserved in this era. My classic quote from one of my old short stories. And then, wait, I thought there was another one. Oh, maybe I didn't use it here, but yeah, that would be the Alex Botez challenge. Can I get to 2,000 FIDE in over the board stuff? And I would assume I'm between 15 and 17 FIDE, but honestly, considering that I always underestimate how competitive the game can be, it would probably be closer to 15. Even it might be even less than 15 because that, well, I don't see how it could be much less than 15 though, because 15 is like a baseline of average play. But no, I'd be very intrigued to do that. Like, oh, could I go with a hidden camera and just do it? Like, I'll wear it and just do it as content that way, or you know, oh, then I'll get in trouble or I'll get banned for making, you know, but who cares? Like, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not cheating. It's not helping you. Whatever. It's the kind of dumb content that people do. Like, I'm not going to be giving commentary there, obviously, because I'm just playing, but I just want to show the game and show that I'm playing in real life and see what happens. And you could hear maybe people around, or maybe you shouldn't even do that, but and then you just make, you know, I would voice over it. Like, today I went to this chess thing and you can dox me with this information and who cares, but and then I, you know, I can kind of talk through it and talk over it. Like, even the, you know, big chess streamers, Botez and stuff. Oh, how do they do that? Like, let's make that was actually something I was impressed by. I was like, how are they going to make content out of playing real over the board kind of tournaments? How is that interesting? Because they can't talk while doing it, but oh, they have Pia Cramling do commentary, or they have GM Hammer do commentary as they're playing. Like, that's so, yeah, we need a grandmaster to commentate over 2,000 FIDE chess to try to turn this into a legitimate form of content, which is, you know, pretty brilliant. I can't deny it. There's a, you know, there's like a narcissism to it. Like, oh, everything that you do is important because you're a big streamer, big celebrity, you know, at this point. It's like, oh, I'm playing a random, which streaming overall or content creation is kind of like that. But, you know, oh, every game I play is a big deal, and, you know, 2,000 FIDE or not, or even less, right, Andrea? It's just, oh, everything's a big deal. And it's like, you know, so it should be the same for me. Okay, every game I play is a big deal, and you get to self-actualize and see how far you can get and how it plays out. And it's like, I don't know. The whole experience is dumb though, and the studying aspect of it is, you know, sometimes people will tell you, right, if you really listen to what they're saying, they'll brag about something. like, oh, don't you know this opening, or don't you know even know this? But that would show you right there, like, okay, so it's not that they're actually that good or smart or whatever entirely, that's part of it. But oh, it's just that, oh, they've studied and you haven't, or it's an endless oh yeah, that's probably what I'd be actually playing for, is the USCF, which is kind of dumb. Or I could just show the games themselves. But I would almost want some visual feedback of I don't know. I just like the idea, but there's nothing else I can do with it besides there's no other series with chess that I want to do, but I still always want to keep a series going, and that's a lot of effort to go through too. For like a 30-second clip that I could do as a short, like, oh, I go to the thing and I go to a venue and I play a tournament and I play a game, and I guess I could make a long video out of it. But yeah, I'd have to figure out. I'd have like some sort of hidden camera thing where I could ask them for permission, but then since I'm not a big established creator, I don't know. It's just dumb, but that's what you want to do, is like create, everything's a big deal and everything's like, you're trying to make sort of an experience out of it. And it sort of shows it in a baseline way that's kind of good too. Like, this is what it would be like if you did a tournament. This is what tournaments are like, It's just 45-45. What is that? We like playing long time control games. See, the problem with that is they feel like everybody's cheating. And the reason why is because, oh, they have so much time to do it, which I don't even buy into that. Like, a 10-minute game, you're trying to tell me you couldn't cheat in a 10-minute game if you wanted to? Like, why not? By that logic, can the engine play at a super GM level? Like, can the engine beat Magnus Carlsen in a bullet game, or is it too slow? It can obviously do that. So if the engine can beat Magnus in a bullet game, why can't, hypothetically, somebody cheat and beat them in a bullet game with that? Like, would it really come down to clicking speed and this and that? Like, it would make it harder, but like, you're trying to tell me in a 10-minute game or 5-minute game you can't still potentially do that? Like, I'm just cynical when it comes to that. Like, you can't tell me people aren't going to be cheating that way. And I don't know, I should really take my time more, because I don't know what else to even do for the rest of the session. That it was meant to just be that playing the bot, and then I could do a Hearthstone thing here. But yeah, this art is representative of the fact that maybe I should do that. I should go through some of my quotes or different things I've said over the years. That's the one thing I like about my style. I have like this creative writing side that comes out with whatever I do. So like, if I'm doing chess, I'll come up with all these different quotes, and I've written a short story and all these different things about it. Like, it gives me that creative sort of juice to try to do that. Okay, so here I'm going to try playing the level 6 with ChessBot yet again, and oh, let me guess, my thing changed again. There's like this app that you use for the mic that I have, like and it keeps changing. Oh no, I guess it didn't this time, but it keeps changing the setting on its own when I'm not meaning for it to happen. So I'm going to play this bot again. It's maybe the 3rd or 4th time I played it, and it's pretty good, but it feels like just borderline. Like, obviously I've beaten level 1 through 5, not that that's any big impressive thing, but I was just kind of trying to go one by one and see like, oh, how far can I go and how many can I beat? But the thing is, you have infinite time, right? You have infinite time. So I could sit here and there's no doubt I could beat it or draw it or something. So this sort of shows you the fallacy of chess. Like, you could be playing chess for the first time, right? And I almost want to demonstrate this with somebody, like, with immense patience. You play chess for the first time, and you can play at like a 2000 plus level, but you would sit there for hours every move and go through every tree of ideas, and like, there's certain innate things that aren't going to inform even your calculation, but like, if you sit there and really go through the tree of moves, you can do it. So that tedious, stupid quality of chess is what I don't like. Either the aspect that you're assumed to have to study and everybody just does it, but also the fact that if you really want to sit there and do it. So I'll do this because it might seem like, oh, this makes it harder because now I have a limited amount of time, but this actually makes it easier, because I'm normally, the last time I was just doing it yesterday, I was moving super fast because, because you have infinite time, it feels almost shameful that you would use it. So it's like, I'm just kind of going at the same pace as him, so I won't even turn it on and off based on their move because they move pretty fast. So I'll just do it. I'll just let it run. We have 30 minutes. And so yeah, this will encompass both of our moves, but that's fine. So the thing is that, yeah, like now I'll actually use my time better than I otherwise would have. Like, that maybe isn't the best. Well, no, it's fine. See, like there's just a right and wrong answer in some of these, and I don't even mind that. But maybe this development is a little bit too slow. So this kind of move is annoying. Here's where I have to be a little more disciplined because I sometimes just do random stuff, but this seems like a move, but it's not because there's so many problems with it. And then they don't even they don't even take advantage of the problems that there are. Like, oh, you could have pinned it, you could have done something else. You know, like that move would be very annoying to me, but it must be good enough to know that, oh, I'll deal with it easily, but it won't. Like, there's like a comfort level of play. It's not like, oh, whether this is a good, you know, good move, bad move. It's like, it might be the right move to do something crazy, right? But it's a question of, is the average player going to be comfortable with that? Is it going to be, you know, something you can deal with? So that's why you can make, and that happens even at the highest level, ironically, but it's especially relevant at the lower level. Like, you could do something that's not the best move, but it throws your opponent off. They don't know how to deal with it. They're not used to seeing it. They're not familiar, you know, something like that, or it's just uncomfortable. There's a particular move I always talk about with that, like oh yeah, like if they're pinning something, like on the king side, right? Let's say the knight's here, and then you pin it, and then you push it, and then they go back, and then you push it again, so you have like pawn here, knight there, and then the bishop there. Right now the bishop goes back instead of you taking it or doing something, you know, not even allowing the pin. So that's a technical correct sequence of moves, but it's uncomfortable. Right now your pawns are extended out so much, your king is here, so now it just feels weird. Like, why do I want that? So there's a lot of positions like that that aren't bad technically, but they're just uncomfortable or not always intuitive. So yeah, we got plenty of time. I'll use the whole time as much as I can. But there were already some discomfort moments, right? Like if they had done, I shouldn't really analyze as I'm doing this too, but like this is an uncomfortable move, as the knight moves often are, because it's sometimes such a target, right? This move is uncomfortable because now what do? I could either move the knight, leading to some sort of weird take here. There's a lot of unclean places to move the knight that it just gets caught out, right? So it's an uncomfortable knight move. It's a pawn move that could double your pawns potential. You know, potentially if I take, I have to move the knight, then they could take to maybe double take, or I don't know. It's just something about that's uncomfortable. And then even beyond that, you know, you could have pinned it. Again, none of these are objectively like good, you know, great moves by them that cause them to be winning. It's just more like, again, that comfort level. This is being double attacked. I kind of don't want to do this in this position somehow. Like, that's normally what you would do to make room for the knight, but I don't know why in this position it feels... See, they don't have the light square bishop, so let's say she put a certain amount of thought into this. I won't do this because that could open up, oh, the bishop sack, maybe, for later. I will do this because there is no light square bishop to punish me for having that diagonal open. So that would be... This is the more advanced level of thinking that we're actually putting in. So the thing is, you want to move the knight away, but you want to, at the same time, not move that pawn. And again, I don't know this, but I say it to be, you know, what I am interpreting. But that's how Okay, now that's good because now I don't have a choice, right? There's nothing I can really do with it. It's gonna get taken, so I can just choose which one. This one seems like it could be very good. I wasn't too sure what to do with the Darksphere Bishop. They don't have a bishop pair either, though, for what it's worth. Well, wait a second. Oh no, that had nothing to do with my move, though. It's like the bishop was gonna be like that anyway, right? Whether you gave it room to move or not. I guess if I had moved the queen, maybe it could have gone there, but. Now here you can just let them take it, but they might not, which would be kind of dumb in a way. But this I like, even though you just have to be really patient, and that's what online and the whole content creation scene totally just disparages chess and just ruins it, because oh, the blitz and the bullet and stuff. Like, why are low rated, you know, even some of these streamers like who are 2000 FIDE or 1800 and stuff, like they're good players, they're okay, but like, why is this blitz bullet thing even a thing? Why do you even do it? You know, chess is like a slow, repetitive, boring, stale kind of game, and it's like you're trying to subvert the fact that, oh, it's turn-based and stale by turning it into like a real-time experience and making it about time, which is not instructive. It's not, you know, true to the nature of the game. It's not anything. So why is that necessary? Like, why is that such a desired format? It's a format that the best players in the world, you know, GMs and stuff, can use to show off, like, oh, look how good I am, or like blindfold and stuff like that. But it's like you're trying to speed run something that you're not even good at, right? I always have that expression. Playing bullet chess is like, this should be on my chess quotes Reddit. I should actually, you know what, I'll actually go on there, since we're just killing time as we're too bored to really calculate this. But I don't know if people can really see this. It always says like, oh, there's people in there, but I don't see how. I don't even know what my name and stuff on here is. I had done one session where I can't even figure it out now. I had done one session where I did like brought some of my quotes from my debate format here, and then I think I almost got banned off of Reddit just because whatever, it maybe seemed to be pissing people off. But let's see what we got. Moves one move. Wait, somebody's actually, oh shit, somebody actually. But no, it's like the elitist victim blamer mentality, or emotion is nothing more than irrational. So somebody actually has seen this and said something. So you've had your whole life to calculate your moves. What good's a few more minutes can to do you now? Moves, what moves? I don't know what exactly he means by that, but it's like the whole, the shining, right? The fact that you know, these are some pretty good ones. What one did I just say that I wanted to do? Oh yeah, playing bullet chess at a low rating is like speed running a game that you're playing for the first time. Right, like either you want to take your time and learn it and get better, or you want to get it over with and just beat it. But like, you know, what value does that have? You don't know what you're doing in the first place, so either you learn and try to care about what you're doing, or you just don't do it at all. I don't think oh yeah, this is a good quote. See, 4 online. What does that mean? How can there be 4 online on some random page that has one post that nobody cares about? Playing bullet chess is like speedrunning game that you're playing for the first time. There's not really any you know, these are all mine, obviously, or some of them are obviously inspired by like movie quotes and stuff, but I kind of put that in there if it is. Let me actually see it logged out though. I want to see the page, but like, yeah, I guess it is seeing hot. I don't see what's really hot though. None of them are upvoted or anything. Yeah, some of these are pretty good. Yeah, let's just do this while we wait for the time to expire. Your horses, and a lot of these I use as my YouTube titles that sometimes would get a lot of views too, just maybe because of that reason alone. Surely it's not the sub 1500 rated chats on an inflated site, right? They clearly would be drawing, you know, if I get like 100 views and like 4 likes, it must be because, oh, the title is funny, not because anything I'm doing is good. So your horses suck carrots in the capture pile, and my favorite thing about this quote is the Karras part, like Paul Karras, but in the Exorcist, obviously, which is based from Father Karras. So the name is even the same. That's what I love about, you know, because you're trying to mimic the thing, like your horses, you know, your mother sucks, you know what, in hell, right? He says that, but in this case, it's your horses suck carrots in the capture pile. But the fact that the name Karras actually lines up so well is amazing. Trade everything all the time. This is more just like a philosophy. Okay, I'm not going to read all of them, but I just wanted to put that one. Playing bullet chess at a low rating is like speedrunning a game that you're playing for the first time. Like, who would do a format like that makes it, you know, it harder on the first time you're doing something, right? On like a first playthrough. Oh wait, I'm the one who does the the permadeath first playthrough format. And the reason why I do it is because, you know, I enjoy that, but it's the same point, like, right? But I just, you know, do that by choice, whatever. My point is that why would you want to speed run a game that you're playing for the first time, and all these faster formats are such cancer to the game and the way it's portrayed, like in the streaming scene and everything like that. Hey Wormius, how have you been? Pretty good. Okay, we have 18 minutes left, and of course I'm counting their moves, but they move so fast it really doesn't matter. Yeah, can you beat the level 8 bot on here? It feels like these bots aren't as good as I thought they were. Because you assume level 8 is going to be like Grandmaster level, but so why should I even be able to beat level 5 or 6? So 1 through 5 were relatively easy, and then now this one's giving me a little trouble, but if I just take my time, I can probably do it. But it could be that they sort of downscale them for, because yeah, like level 8 could be better than Magnus, but then what's the point? Because nobody can beat it anyway, so it's not like the ones that you get from actual Stockfish where, you know, is that actually what it means, or it's like 1 through 8? I don't, because like we're up to like Stockfish 16 now or something crazy. I don't think it means that in a literal sense, because like 6 would have been like many years ago. But even that would probably be good enough to beat most people. So if I take, I don't know, it's just so hard sometimes to know even what to try to calculate. But my whole thing is more defensive. So like, it's not so much I'm looking for some big attack. I'm just looking to make sure everything is safe. That is my number one weakness. Whenever I press and I try, like even that move is an aggressive move. Like I'm trying to open the file and try to, you know, do something. It's not going to work because I'm not good at doing that. And then I end up messing up. Like, why don't I? It's the boredom factor. Like I can play safe and defensive and draw most games against most people within reason. But I just don't like playing like that is my problem. I hate that about the game because that really does work, right? You could just play safe. And if they're good enough to beat me, then I'll give it to them. But they'd have to be much better than me to do that. Or like Simply, where he was about the same level as me, but he was just really gifted as an attacker. We were like polar opposites. Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. It's also the case that running the latest version of Stockfish would require lots of resources. Yeah, even when you go to analyze the games, I don't know if it runs the most recent one. It has like I think it's always like 1 level behind or something. I don't know. I was gonna do this, but now it makes you think. I don't know. I just don't have any idea. Sometimes when you just attack the queen, that can really throw them off because whatever they're planning to do, they'll have to address the queen threat first. The problem is that, okay, I think I see what they're trying to do though. They're trying to open up the possibility to give a check with the queen. If I do this, you're going to either trade, but it messes up my pawns. I could keep going with this, and that could potentially be good later. I could take this, which I don't know. See, this is where you need like the fundamental principles to help you. Like, okay, the center pawn is valuable, so it's worth it to trade an outer pawn for a center pawn. But maybe in this position, it's not. Like, there's so many like new, you know, you can try to do this to try to, like you take, and then if they took back with, I think something's wrong with my mouse. It's like very weird the way it's going sometimes. Like if I take here, then you could take here, but then the knight's still there. This is where you got to get in the multi-move. See, this move is like the one that breaks the whole game open or something. There's something about this move that's just I'm totally baffled by. So you could take here and try to set up attack there, or you could try to if they there was something I was thinking before, I can't remember. I take, and then they take. If I could like attack this again, yeah. If I like double attack this, then I take, then I could double take because they only have the queen on there. If you can cut away the cover, it doesn't work now because I would take, they would take, and then I would take, and they would take. So if I could put another threat on there. My lazy option normally, oh, I'll just take the pawn, I'll just trade. But there's something more to this position clearly. I just can't figure out. Sometimes sitting on these pawns is actually pretty bad. It typically, I would always make a move like this where, oh, I have the chance to take and then I just keep going. And then it ends up not really being good. My take terminology is the same. Well, it's become sort of ubiquitous in the chess community. They'll blame Hikaru and other people for that. Everybody says it now. This is such a hard move. Like, not that I'm gonna lose or I'm in a bad spot. It's a perfectly fine spot. It's probably even in the valuation. It's just I don't understand. This is the kind of move like you're out of the opening kind of, and you got to decide like what is your plan for the game. And the problem for me is I have no idea what I'm trying to do aside from I would just trade a bunch of pieces. Like I would do this, and I'm happy with it. But this is like, okay, maybe I have some sort of advantage here with this, and you can press that, and that's what you need to do to beat an opponent like this, but I just don't understand it. Like I don't have a path. I could do this, so that helps to open the king. Or I could take this and that could fork, but I don't have, oh, that's what I was saying. If I put this behind and then I do something, then you could be forking them with that. But you're still not, because then you would need another cover. I mean, this is what I mean. You could sit here and try to figure this out, but it's just an amount of effort that you have to put, which is why in like a super long 90-minute classical game, that's what really distinguishes you. It's not like, oh, look how smart this guy is or something. Like, how much effort do you really put? You actually use the whole 90 minutes? Are you actually calculating the whole time? Like, what are people actually doing? And so much of it is an effort level, like, that low-rated players just don't do or just don't understand that concept. I understand the concept. I just don't like doing it because I'm lazy with it, but... like, what is the bad thing with doing this? Why is this bad? They're setting up immediately for a double stack on a piece that's already being attacked, and it opens up the even just the rook's ability to do it. So that's a very questionable move. I just can't. Now I'll make a bad move because of that. Like, look how much time this move is taking me. This is amazing. This seems bad because, yeah, it opens up too many things. I could just move the bishop. I would rather them at this point even take the... You know what? No, but that's even still being attacked by the knight. I just don't have any idea. See, it's not the moves that are going to be, you know, super like, oh, this is winning or losing. It's just more like a normal... positional understanding that I don't have. There's like a plan that you would have if you're a good player, like what he would say here. you have a plan in this position, which is, okay, this bishop is good. This bishop, I'm not sure really what to do with it. Okay, I better just move. I go here, you could take this. Maybe this pawn move just wasn't good. Like, maybe I just shouldn't have done that. If I take the pawn, it sets up for a lot. And again, there's nowhere really good that I can go with the bishop either. So that sets up a problem. Even with the knight. But you know what? I could maybe... I could maybe take the knight and then... No, but he's already there. If I take this, you take this. I can't take this. I don't know why I feel so strongly that I wouldn't want to take, but it feels like I almost have to take. Now you're setting up for a threat on here, and then I just have to deal with it. I thought they might have done that. But then you're sort of self-pinning. So now you are pinned. See, the knight's always a liability. Now I can do this. Like, okay, we're double attacking, but it won't work because... First of all, this bishop is going to get absolutely clowned because... like, I'd rather go here or something with it. The bishop is going to get clowned because you're going to double stack, and there's nothing I can do about it, especially with the knight on there, too. But you know what? This is actually good, though, because you're attacking the rook, too. So you're pinning it, and you're attacking the rook, so what do you do to save it? And the answer is... I don't actually see what you can do. Oh, but you'll check. You'll take and you'll check, so it won't matter. I'll give this one some credit. Like, how does it get that much better, too? 1 through 5 were pretty much a cakewalk. Maybe 5 gave me a little trouble, but not really. I think, in fact, I think 4 gave me the most trouble just because I was being very lazy and, like, I kept doing those long sessions where I wasn't even doing commentary, so I would always do it at the beginning. Let me play every bot till I lose a game, and then I would play 4 at the beginning and just try to speed run through it because I wanted to play Hearthstone or something after. And then I you know, ended up losing to 4 over and over, but not because it was actually that good. You could set up for like a pin. There's so many things that are vulnerable with this position for them. Like, maybe black is winning a little bit here, but even if it seems like that, it ends up being where they can deal with the threats. Like, oh, it seems like you have something, but you really don't. You know, my threats are always very simplistic. This bishop was just horrible, though. I'll give an F- to my use of the Darksphere bishop. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't even know what I was doing with it, where it's going, anything. Right, it's just completely useless. I would rather have just traded it off, even for the knight, even though I normally hate doing that. Okay, this one, why is this bad now? Because you'll take and you'll check, right, is the problem. So the check is what saves you, because otherwise you would have actually been screwed. Because I'm attacking both the rook and the thing, and it's pinned. So... almost like doing this could be cute, but then you can sort of unleash, and then you are attacking that. This, okay, so I'm trying to obsess, you know, this is where I tunnel vision too, is my problem. I go here, you take, and then you're attacking the thing, but then it doesn't matter. This is actually fine, because what you're doing, well, but you can still do that. It's the stupid check. Like, I'd almost be willing to do this because of how much of a difference that makes in this position. Like, if you couldn't do that, you'd be in trouble. But now, in the amount of time that I waste doing this, and in fact, you'll do that, I'll do that, you'll do that. Would that even be worth it? Like, okay, they take, they're +3, I'm plus whatever... +5. They're kind of like +1 out of that. I'm not sure. Okay, now we have to respect the clock, though. You would take and check. That's where the core language screws you, especially saying you to a bot that's not even a real person. Okay, that now isn't that peculiar though? Like a normal person wouldn't make a move like that. This is how you know it's either actually pretty good or it's just a bot. Like I get it, but you really feel comfortable. You give up a rook for that. Now we can pin this. Is the kind of move of a person who like actually knows what they're doing, that they're confident enough to do that. Here we go, bro. Now this is actually no threat at all to me, unless they have something else up their sleeve. That we're double tagging this, but of course the mate is being posed. But no, that check was very annoying. Otherwise, there's always like that. Oh, if only this, right? The wishful thinking calculation. If only. Okay, dude. Okay, this is maybe a little better than I'm giving it credit for, though. I wish there was like a rating analogy. Like, what is this really supposed to be? Because it doesn't seem that good, but it's still decent. It's got to be, it would be like a 1700 player like what I am, or maybe a little better. Saying that to you, you meant knight f6 instead of knight e7. I'm still not very sharp with this notation. Knight e6 instead of knight f7. Wait. Knight on f6. Wait, knight f6. It must have been a different position. Okay, the point is I'm going to lose now because he just completely rolled me over. He can do this. But you know what? I do it, then he's going to have an answer for everything. Like this dude, I go here, then you go here, then I go here. Then it's like, okay, fine, go ahead, take the queen. Then I take the queen. It's fine. But then they're going to like pin or do something stupid. Like, I can't really argue with this. Like, clearly it's obviously good. I can't question it. No, in fact, I can't even do that because... What? What? Okay. Alright, dude. You want to be a fucking style on me. Okay. How does it just do that, dude? Like, you go from actual trash... I can't even analyze. How did I get signed out? That game took so long it signed me out. I was in my little alternate account, the wonderful... Okay, I'll give it to you there. The level 6 bot is actually decent. It sort of varies from game to game, though, because like we played the... I don't know, sometimes the level 4 bot would make some major blunder, then sometimes it would be actually solid. I forgot your thought process. It's useless for me to relate to previous points of the stream. The point is that bot is pretty tough. What is the highest bot? Do you ever play these that you've beaten on here? The chess.com ones are kind of easier to understand because they give you an actual rating, even though I dispute those too, because it's they'll say, oh, it's a 2000 bot, but then I could never beat a 2000 player just like that, but then, oh, I do much better there. I maybe even beat it. So it's a little bit inflated compared to what players are actually like. How did your game go on Steam there? Oh, you don't remember? I'm sure he could beat that one, maybe 7, maybe he couldn't beat 8. It's just interesting to see like a rating comparison, like what these would actually be like, but I would assume 8 should be really hard to to do. What should I even do? Maybe I should do puzzles. See, I can't play random people anymore because I failed all my challenges, my permadeath stuff. Let's actually try it, even though I hate puzzles normally. The hardest thing sometimes is to even figure out like what you're trying to do. Like this seems like a good move, or no, it's not. You could take here. If you take, I take. Already wrong, and this should be a low level easy puzzle too. I don't even know what you're trying to do though. That's the thing. What? Okay, it's like, you know, you tunnel vision on certain things. Like, oh, it's always got to be a capture. It's always got to be something when it's just right in front of you like that. People enjoy it. That's good. It was a very interesting concept. I'll have to play it again sometime. Is it like officially released and everything now? Okay, let's see. This would be not doable. They're attacking here. Some of these positions you have to wonder, like, how did we even get here? I don't see what exactly is happening here. You could try to check and then go here, but I don't see the point. You could, like, if you get him there, you give a check. You can't take that. Release, nice. Okay. Best move for black. Why are these starting out so hard? These are like low rated puzzles. You could just move the rook and save the rook. Oh no, you're trying to save the mate first. Wait, what? Yeah, you're about to get mated in addition to losing the rook. Okay, you just give a check. And see, like, you're always looking for something more interesting or more dynamic, when the simple answer is just the best. That is like the overthinking problem. Yeah, these aren't meant to be hard, but I'm just making them hard. Okay, this is easy. I'm usually good at these actually somehow. The end game stuff with just pawns. Although I'd be tempted to do that, but sometimes, oh, you're supposed to do the king opposition thing. Okay, fine. Fuck. That one seemed very comfortable. Like, there were a number of things you could probably do, but that's usually how my endgames are, actually. That's why it makes you think you're better at them than you are, because, oh, I'm always up a couple pawns anyway. If I get there, then you can mess up and you'll still get away with it. So you have a check here. You have a check here. I do like that these are from real games though, so you can't question like, oh, it's just some random position that you're never gonna have a play. It's like in school they say, you know, oh, when are we ever gonna use this in real life? But apparently, right, these positions do occur even if it isn't in a faster format. Is this not just like, yeah, like I don't even get it. It's like they're so stupid that I'm trying to look for something actually more interesting in them. You gotta wait till you get to a higher puzzle level. Like I'm going in with the wrong mindset that I think it's somehow like a trick question or something. This is pretty obvious here too. You win the queen, obviously that. I saw many puzzles were created from many, really. I guess once you're at a certain level, they do start to do that. Because, you know, anybody 2000 plus, they're gonna probably pick more from there that are actually instructive, unlike the low kind of garbage play that why would they take a puzzle from me or somebody. Or it should almost show you that in a reference, like, you know, like show me all the puzzles that I've been featured in as like a list if they do that. All right, this is basically the same thing. I'm always looking for like some continuation. Like, what would you do now to try to mate them? But it doesn't want you to worry about all that. It's like obviously you're just winning. That's actually kind of how I play. Like, I don't care about the whole position. I'm just like, you know, I'm just satisfied if I'm up like a piece or a pawn, then that's good enough. Then I'll just figure it out and win by attrition instead of actually thinking about any deeper meaning to the position itself. This seems like, oh, you'd win the thing, but you can't afford to do that because you're gonna, or maybe you can. I check, I take, they take, that I could maybe promote in time. That doesn't even seem right because they're promoting. What? That one seems kind of sketchy. I don't even like the way that went. I don't think it's the level, it's that I play weird and make interesting tactics. Could be that too. This guy's an NM. Yeah, how is he only 2180 though? It's like sometimes it's weird. I guess they could just not play on the site much, but whenever you're a titled player, it feels like how, you know, inflated the site is. That doesn't make any sense. Although NM isn't exactly the best title still. Okay, this is going to be that you could take that, but is there something else sneaky I could do? And you could maybe do this because you can't move it. But, oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of tactics come just from checks. Like, oh, you would have been able to do this if it wasn't for that meddling check. That kind of a, you know, scenario, just like what we saw in the last game, where against the bot, if they couldn't give a check, if only this mechanic didn't exist, that's a basic mechanic in the game, then it would have been good, right? But you can't think like that because you have to, like, there's a reason why that position happens. Like, oh, this bot would have made a mistake and I would have had this tactic, but they have this option that they can do, but they obviously know, or even this real player. But the reason why that position happens is because they know that. So you have to kind of keep pressing the threat over and over and over until something else opens up. That's actually how attacking unfortunately works, is that you'll pose some basic threat and then it won't work, and then they'll do something else, and then you'll do some other threat, and then you'll keep doing it over and over and over, and then eventually something will open up. But the single-minded, simple-minded way that people, like, you know, players like me think is that no, you just want to do the one threat and you just want it to work, and that never happens because, you know, against any sort of moderate level of play. So this one seems odd. I mean, unless you think you can just take there for some reason. I don't know why. You have a 4. Yeah, see, I'm just not good at assessing the intent, which is kind of a good thing to show too, because, you know, it's not going to say, oh, this puzzle you're supposed to do such and such, because if you were seeing this in a normal game, you should have to figure it out. You're not thinking, you know, the game's not telling you what to look for. You just have to figure it out for yourself. So I don't know, you just don't even know what you're looking for half the time. Like, I'm assuming just a check. Whenever you have a check, just take it. it could be something as simple as this, the fact that you're attacking two things at once. It's actually kind of a bad spot to find yourself in with the rook. You're, yeah, I think I'm just an overthinker too much, where it can be a bad thing. And well, you would think normally it'd be a good thing in chess, but either you don't have enough time for it, or you sort of think about the wrong things. You know, like, oh, I'm good at calculating, I calculate fast, but then it's like you need to know what you're doing. Like, you might calculate a tree of ideas that's completely useless, and so you have to kind of do it in a more informed way. So we just have to move the queen, but this would be hard to say, like, what is it, the absolute best move of the queen? Just that. Those are the hardest moves to make. Like, if there's nothing to capture, nothing, you know, no check or anything, just like move the queen out of harm's way to any of the dozen squares that you could potentially go to, and to move to the exact right one, right, where there's no obvious threat or anything going on. It can sometimes be very difficult. But this is a simple check. Simple check. Okay, take. I'm not even looking at the position. I'm just being lazy. So this is a good threat. So if I just, it's almost like just you could go like that. Actually, I feel like that works though to a degree, because you can't take it, and then if I take it, then I can take there, and you're sort of blocking that from moving. I guess you bring this, but then I take, you take. It's still potentially good, but obviously it's not what it wants you to do. But no, it even blocks that. No, I guess not. You're like one move late. Okay, something with the rook. You're obviously threatening there, so you'd have to dislodge the rook. And you could just go here, I guess. What? First of all, they're trying to go here. And this one I don't see at all what you're trying to do. What? Okay, you go. Okay, that one I genuinely, that's a good instructive thing. So you have it where you take anyway, and then you check, and then wait, but I still don't get it. Oh no, because it's pin. Okay, it's pin. Wait, some of these are pretty good for like the 1500 rated. I mean, the level of the puzzle doesn't match the level of the players who are doing it. But yeah, that should almost be a feature. You should be able to search puzzle by player. Like, I want to see all the puzzles that he inspired or that I inspired. It's possible just with the amount that I played that I had a couple that I had actually, you know, that would have been based on mine. Or let's do it in some other way, like how I like to do type racer. We could do a puzzle racer. This doesn't count for, you know, like me playing as, well, maybe I shouldn't be allowed to do this either, but this isn't something I even really do. Puzzle themes, like I've almost never done puzzle. 13 played, like that's, oh well, this account I guess is different, but 1453. And it's like a question of like how long should you take on them. Like I could figure it out if I just sit there for an hour, but puzzle dashboard, puzzle streak. Oh, you can do that? Puzzle storm. Okay, join a public race. Let's see how this will go.
4, 3, 2, 0.
And some of these people would memorize, like there's only so many and they'll keep. There's the one guy who got banned, I think, for doing that. He was too good at them, so he wasn't allowed to compete in some tournament. It's like he knew them too well or something. Yeah, I accept the fact that these people are going to be better at it than me, but it doesn't matter. You just go here, here. Some of these are pretty easy, but I still overthink them like crazy. This. Because sometimes it's not about being slow. I actually used to be pretty fast at calculating. It's just a question of, it's almost like you doubt yourself or you assume there's something better, right? You're kind of, you're not confident. Like you're just, it's like a deliberate thing that you're doing where, wait. What? Oh, you lose your little streak that you have there. This is exactly like Tie Bracer, actually, where they have the same sort of setup where they would do the one with the boats. That guy's worse than me, or he's probably AFK even. Race complete, your rank 8 out of 9.
9, 8, 7, 6.
I don't know. I appreciate that people always have said that, but just in principle, I've never wanted to do puzzles, or I find it so boring. It feels kind of like cheap. Not that I'm even against studying now, but user profile on the left side, click puzzles from my games. And of course, this account wouldn't have any anyway, but. Oh, okay, I saw it. You have no puzzle. Oh, that would have been so cool to see, but now I can't because I deleted my account. Damn, so now we'll never know. Or would they even still be there? Yeah, would they even still be there? Sometimes I think it does show them. You'll do a puzzle, but the guy's name will be blacked out or crossed out, like he's been banned or he's not on here anymore. What else can you do? Like, what does it try to teach you here? This is all boring. I gotta use like Chessable or something that, you know, all these third-party services that they try to teach you, but that you're not even supposed to show on stream. So I would just have to do it anyway. Like, people actually read books and they actually, you know, do all these things, which I'm not mocking it if they actually become good, but it just seems annoying. And even you have some of these low-rated players who do that. Right, they're talking about, oh, you know, the Andre always amused me like that. He's teaching me openings, and he's like the same rating as me or lower, and it's like the guy's an opening expert. So it's just title player light is snake. I always say that about people who try to teach you, you know, like, oh, this is the one size fits all answer, that this will make you better if you learn openings or if you do puzzles or if you do this or that. Like, there's no one way of doing it. It's just, oh yeah, did I put that one on the chess quotes one? The like picking a lock. That was always one of my favorite analogies. A safe or a combination. Ah, it logged me out. I don't even know what to do for this session because I was trying to, like every session, I just try to do that bot until I lose. But since I'm stuck on level 6 now, I don't. Oh, now it won't let me log in even. Damn it. But whatever. It's like the safe combination lock idea of, like, if you really want to go through every single possibility and take that long, right? I can try every code. I'll try 001, 002, 003, whatever on the safe, and eventually I'll get it. So calculation is like cracking a safe. If you're patient enough, you'll eventually get it. And that is, you know, chess as a whole. So that's why the time aspect is so important, because otherwise it can turn it into just a farce. Oh yeah, let's look at him. $52. Wow. Yeah, let me try to solve all of his puzzles. That's kind of a fun thing to do, actually. You could go to like big streamers and other people and try to see what kind of puzzle positions they have. Okay, so this is a 2000 rated game in Blitz though, so give a check there. Doesn't immediately do anything. You could take there, but I don't see. You really can't do that. You see, why does this position seem like such a puzzle made for puzzle type of thing? Like, oh, I'm gonna take here, but then you take, like, it's so perfectly, like, a sense of finality to it. There's a pawn here, like, it's they definitely do a good job at picking the right positions. You can just tell there's so much going on with this position. So I would assume you give a check. I can't say for sure what it leads to, but you go here. I don't know. You know, that's a legitimate check though. That's like, but then he'll attack it. I don't know. Oh wait, well now you're at least covering that, so that addressed something. You go here. I have no idea. You could double take on there, but you can't because of that. But you still could, because I would take, you would take, and then I would take. Like, doesn't that work? This legitimately works. What is he gonna do? He can't take because I'm covering. That'll be a check. Maybe what I'm doing sometimes is still decent, but it's not the absolute best move. And it doesn't mean that they even made the best move in the game itself. Although you would assume so if they chose it, but maybe not. No, I think it has to be that they actually made the move. Because it's you. It's going to be the absolute best move, not just something decent. But even then, you're not taking with the rook. I don't know. I honestly wouldn't be able to figure this out. Like you have that, you just need the one cover. There's nothing else happening with it. This is, yeah, this must be really crazy then. Maybe you'd give like a random check, or like maybe I'll do this. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Yeah, amazing. I mean, that's hard. Like, see a move like that. Like, what is that? Just to get it out of the range of the queen, even though, like what kind of gratifying puzzle? The first part, you know, at least you're giving a check, fine. What kind of a thing is that? Oh yes, I moved my rook from e8 to f8. What a satisfying outcome to the puzzle. Which I'm not denying is the right move, but like that is not exactly the most interesting thing to do. Okay, let's try the next one. To support knight f3. Well, at least that wasn't like some crazy sequence of like sacks or something that I, you know, it was just a simple adjustment, obviously. Like, I could understand the idea of getting it out of the queen's path of attack. I get that. But other than that, you could move it like seemingly anywhere else. This is a crazy one. Okay. You have this. as far as a double stack. So maybe you take, he takes, I do this. There's a potential check here if I move the rook. Oh, it's gonna be something with the pawn here. Like they take, I take check, then you can't take. Okay, wait. Which I still think that's gonna play into it, but it's gonna be like a sack of the queen. I just try every move until I get one right. So they check here, I take. Wait, but that was so short. So I'm always looking for something more fancy. That was actually pretty straightforward. Just go back. So why is this such a good crushing move? Like, why can't they can just take, I take, and then it's just a mate. That one wasn't actually as intimidating as I thought. Oh, I don't know if he meant to say that's a crazy one or that's an easy one. That's a crazy one, he said. Pretty sure I played the queen second. Yeah, that's what I don't get either, whether it actually mirrors what somebody actually did or not. Like, played 250 times. What is he at here? 2243. So it's about the same as he's been. Classical, which I'm surprised he even played classical that much. Most people don't even like it or look down on it because they think everybody's cheating. Because clearly they wouldn't potentially do that in rapid either, but just because they have so much time. 28 games in a row. That must have been when he was playing against me. Or he did play a low rated player here. 1422. Current streak 4. Like, how the hell? That's always impressive. Well, sometimes it is against lower rated players, but you know, that's always impressive. Just like if you have a win streak, because it's always relative to who you're playing against. If it's on the ladder, everybody he's playing against is a cheater apparently. The chess turns to service, the chess turns to service, the chess turns to service. Sometimes it lets you still keep playing though, even when you have that. My friend had that and we were still playing. It's like his, or I guess it's just a violation. It doesn't mean you're actually banned. I kind of regret not having my old account now though anymore. Oh, versus streamers. You want to play one? Speaking of playing against streamers. Now see, the whole thing is though, like, how intimidated am I by him really? I was 1700 plus, right? So it's a 500 rating difference, obviously. I guess if he was 2000, I wouldn't be that intimidated, but like, it's just the fundamentals that I lack. Like, there's no way around it. You just have to study. There's nothing you can do besides study. Right? It's nothing to do with like, oh, innate intelligence. I don't know how good I could be. Right? I think my main weakness is I'm just lazy when it comes to even maxing out my potential. Right? Even like for where I am now, I can always be better. Do better than what I do in my game. So it's like, how do you resist that temptation, right? To take the path of least resistance, like, oh, I just want to trade and I just want to simplify and I just want it to be simple, right? Wouldn't that be always what that's my biggest weakness. It's not like, oh, are you good enough to do this, or are you gonna study and learn? How do you resist the temptation to just always simplify and always reduce down, trade everything, just go for the easy option where you don't have to think as much? That is the hardest thing for me to ever do. And that is what happens with playing down to competition, like, because you don't have to do it. See, he has to do it. He's 2200. Whoever he plays is going to be wait, how do I even do it? I forget. You gotta go here. Let's do a 10-minute game. Whoops. You have to be on edge there, but like, oh, I'm playing all these 1500s. That's the whole irony of it, and it seems weird to say that as somebody who's never like, oh, like I used to be a great player or something. No, it's like you're playing against low rated players, so then you start to play like them and play worse. You're not pushing yourself. Like here, I'd have to push myself to my limit of what I can do, right, to have a chance. And I won't know whether he's playing around. Oh, here we go, bro. Is it the... Wait, but this is different than the normal. Or no, I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'm 500 rated, by the way. What a mismatch. But yeah, I just made this to do blindfold games, actually, and then I just decided to play the bots. See, now, my temptation would be, I'll just trade, because... Let's try to do something cute, like, oh, we'll take, and then take, and then take. Like, you really think any of this is ever going to work on a player like that? Actually, this I don't mind, though, because he at least has to... Yeah, see, isn't that an ugly double stack pawn right there? That's something. Yeah, everything seems solid. And so now... At what point does the game get out of hand? And it may be around the middle game. That's even bad, because I normally don't allow the pin like that, so I already just messed up a basic thing. So now, but would he actually do it is the question. Would you actually, or he'll do it halfway. He'll do it, then do it, but then he won't, or wait. Or no, would he trade the queen? Because that's always something I like to my benefit. So like, go ahead, do it, and then do, oh, but he won't. Oh, this is that uncomfortable thing I was just talking about. How this is the kind of thing, it's not a bad move, but it's just uncomfortable. So I already messed up a basic opening in a way that I'm normally pretty aware of, just that I don't like allowing the pin. And so at some point you just don't know where to even put the knight. You just want to get it out of the way. See, nothing so far is like, oh, you're really feeling his strength. Like, wow, he's 2200. He could be 1500 for all I know at this point. Like, it's a normal game, even though I played the opening a little bit stupid. So at what point do you really feel like the big difference is? Like, he'll make this one incomprehensible move, like, wow, I never would have been able to tell what happened there. And of course, I could keep fiending for trades, but then I'll lose a pawn. He's going to obviously have this. It's pretty simple, but you know, sometimes you see exactly what they're doing, but you can't do anything to stop it. That's the thing. Like, I'm never making moves like with 2-3 steps. Even if I calculate 2 or 3 moves, like, okay, it's safe, I'm not planning 2 or 3 moves like I'm trying to do something. I'm just trying to react. I'm just trying to survive, kind of. So it's not so much... I guess I could do a move like this, as weird as it seems. So what that does is it opens up the ability to cover the knight with either the rook or the queen, which would also be good, because even if you take, I can still take, and it'll be all covered together. Probably would have led to you taking this though too. Okay, now you take this. Okay, to be fair, this was a little bit different because I... I did mess up the opening, and again, in a way that has nothing to do with who I'm playing against. It's just more like, you know, that I don't allow pins. I don't care if I'm playing a 500 random player. I don't allow myself to get pinned like that. Which again is not even objectively bad, but then I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with this stupid pawn structure. It still doesn't seem like a bad position. It's fine. See, they'll get these little incremental things. Like, oh, he's not going to make one play where he just mates me. It'll be like, okay, he won a pawn and he messed up my structure a little bit. And that could have been a free pawn, but then you never know what the whole nuance of it is. See, now I just go bait for a trade. And this move is cute, obviously, because you have the central attack. That's the only thing that I have a hard time judging too, is like how much are they really trying in a game like this? Is he actually, he's not using a ton of his time, although you would think he wouldn't have to against somebody like me. Long walks on the beach and hikes. I value a good sense of humor. Swipe to the right, maybe we, oh, good one. Swipe to the right. He's been on here since 2015, which at that point he probably still wasn't even as bad as me. Just streamers. I should be on there, even though this account is garbage. All streamers and viewers of streams are welcome. And you see how easily distracted I am too, even in the course of a high stakes game like this. So that's what I wish I had a bigger community for, just for that reason alone, just like so I could play viewers the whole time. Like that used to happen actually at the beginning, because I would do these super long streams, so I would play simply like 100 times, and it just gives you kind of a good variety of people to play against, especially when I can't use my account conventionally. Or like, oh, you go in person and play people, you know, have like a fan meetup, like I'm sure all these people do BOTAs and stuff. So now everything is fine here, so I'll just do this. Now let's see how he punishes this, right? This is a bad move. Queen to g2 is objectively a bad move. You shouldn't do it. It's terrible. It's crap, garbage. But I do it anyway because I want to bait the trade, which he won't do because he's too good to do that. And better players never, you know, always deny trades. And so the point is that, what was the quote that I was trying to add there? I forgot now because I couldn't log into my Reddit. There's some quote I said earlier. But yeah, he won't do the trade. It's just an objective fact, right? You already know it. But how can he punish it? And the answer is not really too meaningfully, because there's nowhere very good he can go. What you really have to do in chess is give your opponent the benefit of the doubt, right? Don't think that there's, you know, regardless of level or whatever, but they could be, you know, at my own level. Like, don't think that they're stupid, or anything that you can see, they can see. So why would you expect it to work, right? If I could see that, they should have seen that, in which case that'll apply to everything, and then, you know, nothing's ever going to work, which is why so many of the games are draws. I don't know what that exactly does, aside from just prevent me from trading, which of course I knew was going to happen. I'm still using more time than him, but I feel like I'm moving fast. Now this also frees up the queen in a way that could be very valuable, because now that rook, see how he sat on this threat, right? The guy is sitting on this threat like he's Netflix, this should be a term, Netflix and chilling on this threat. Like he's just doesn't even care. It'll be there for like 100 moves, and then finally at the opportune moment he'll use it to mate me. Right, like I love that. This is what a good player does, and a bad player like me allows it to stay. You should have done something to disrupt it. But yeah, this would be like my simple-minded, single-minded threat. Like, oh, look at me, I have a double attack. That should be enough to mate you and win the game. But this is him showing you like, oh no, this is what it would actually take. You have to do this 20 move sequence where you do this exact thing of moves, and then now you get to do it by sacking a piece or doing something else. Like, it's never that easy or obvious. And that, again, that has less to do with the players involved, and more to do with just the game of how chess works, because that's part of my style of play too. It's a lot easier to see what your opponent is trying to do than it is to come up with something yourself. So like, if I was to try to come up with an attack, I just can't do it, or it's very obvious and basic. But if I'm trying to counter and just survive what they're doing, then it's much easier, because you get to whatever, you get to do it in such a way that I should turn this into a threat somehow. That move doesn't scare me at all. See, he's not going to make that move because he'd block his own Darksphere Bishop. So I should almost just let him have it. You want to take it's fine, and then you're in a position where you also have the Darksphere Bishop here, so both of our Darksphere Bishops are actually pretty good. This seems like such an evenly matched game to me that it's unbelievable, but then it'll be like, oh, he's not actually trying, but would he really run the risk of... Well, he would never lose, but maybe we could draw it. Sometimes my style of play is just deceptive like that too. There are times where like just nobody can do anything. It doesn't matter how good somebody is or isn't. It's like you're just embracing the stale nature of the game. This is going to be... like, oh, this will give him a pass pawn and he'll win because of it, because if I don't take this... But he wouldn't do it immediately, because he's not going to just lose a piece to get a pass pawn. And he can't take with the bishop either. So... And he can't move the bishop either. That at least puts some pressure on him, but I'm sure he'll deal with it easily. I mean, even if he loses the bishop, he won't be worrying about it too much. Or he responds like that. Come on. What the fuck? Or it's maybe not even that big of a deal, because... Oh, that would have been killer if I could have done that. Is I can just take it. Oh, but you know what he's gonna do? Well, it's not even this, but then it'll be that I lose the cover there too. So that was looking actually like quite a promising position too. I would take, he would take... I gotta stop saying that. Apparently that must be... that clearly that's why I'm bad. Because I adopted Hikaru's take. If it works for him, why shouldn't it work for me? But it's just a good way to say it. If you take here, then you take that basically for free. But even if you do that, then you'll have too much on there, like... If I took here, you'll take there and check, and then I won't be able to do that either. Yeah, what if this is the best sequence? Because if you... I don't care. Like, obviously I lost as soon as that move happened. But I had like a seemingly good threat there for a second. You'll go there, you can't... Or I had to do that anyway. That seemed like actually a pretty decent game though, all things considered. like I'm not gonna expect to win, but sometimes you have to put a certain amount of pressure. Like I'm not the attacking type, and I'd play for a draw, but you sometimes have to just to survive. Put a certain amount of pressure. So you could have just taken there. Could oh no, but there's a +4. And time-wise, he used quite a bit of time. Now we'll have to ask him, was he actually trying? Was he actually playing at a... It'll be like, oh, he started off not trying, but then he starts trying as the game goes on, or something like that. Hey, Stars, how's it going? Everybody loves chess. So now that's obviously going to be gone. Oh, man. That was looking like a really scary threat, though, with the whole amount of pressure I was putting there. And it's just the best you can ever do because you... you know, I don't expect it to work, but you have to at least try, or maybe I shouldn't have. That's a good way to just try to bait a trade, but at this point I can't afford to really do it. Well, I'll just do it anyway, I don't care. It just makes it easier for him now because there's my classic V-shaped pink flamingo structure, which never lets me down. Like, my pawns are better than his pawns. Look at that double stacked, ugly setup that he has. So that's so annoying because that threat looks so good. Try to bait a threefold repetition. Okay, fine. Yeah, is the knight gonna hold up to a... And that's where these positions just become a joke, like where obviously a player of his caliber won't even, you know... You know, you're never gonna mess up anything when it's so obvious and clear like that. But it was a good game. I don't mind how I actually played that. I liked sort of the threat that we both had created with the Darksphere Bishop, and it was looking kind of scary. And that whole pawn situation looked very scary, actually. But somehow he still dealt with it pretty well. Or I'm not even like BMing, but... Okay, let's try again. I do that as like a sense of honor when I'm playing somebody my own level, like, oh, you know, I want to give them the chance to actually do the mate all the way out. But when you're playing somebody that much better, it's just kind of a waste of time because you know, or because you hope they're gonna mess it up, the lower rated player. Oh, here we go with this. Like, what is this, dude? Nobody ever does this. But of course, it's this opening called the whatever it is, and they're gonna, you know, they've studied it their whole life, so of course. Because yeah, see, this immediately makes me uncomfortable. So what am I supposed to do? I'll do this just because I can't let him mess up my king pawns there. I should maybe start queenside castling again because I never do it and I make fun of it, but it's like I might have even trapped my knight there, but it's like I become too predictable with how I kingside castle. Why not take whatever you give me? Look, my record's not even that bad against him, though. I forget how many I probably lost against him on my other account. But no, based on that last game, I could be like, wow, look how I played a 2,000 rated player, 2,200, and it's like, it didn't seem that crazy one-sided. I should do it like where I try to draw him, though, because I've done it before with 2,000 players. Actually, a number of times where I've drawn them in very stale kind of games. It might have been more so in classical, though. That's my greatest strength in a game like chess, is like when I don't try to win. So like I'm not trying to win, I'm not trying to attack, I know how the game works, so I'm just trying to draw and play it safe. Which seems like a bad thing, but it actually works somewhat. Because yeah, really, like pretend I go to a FIDE tournament over the board, right? And they get all these mismatches there. So I'm a 1500 rated player in a FIDE over the board tournament, and I'm playing a 2000, and it's like even if I lose, I don't lose hardly any rating, 1 or 2, right? But so it's like, oh, you should play for the win, but no, I should play for a draw, because first of all, I'll gain rating probably for a draw as well. But what it means is, you know, you're not going to win that game more than likely, right? You know, you're the underdog, you're probably going to lose, you're probably going to get destroyed. So why not try to win anyway? Or I mean, try to draw anyway. I guess people would say that probably just doesn't work, or you'll get punished for it. If you don't put pressure, then people will give them sort of openings. But my whole philosophy would, yeah, I'm playing as the black pieces against a 2000 plus player in a FIDE over the board tournament, 500 point mismatch, I'm 1500 whatever, and you're trying to tell me, oh, you should play for the win just in principle. No, like, you're not gonna think like that. You're gonna try to play for a draw, you're gonna try to play it safe, play defensively, just try to survive. I could appreciate the confidence that would go into that, though. Oh no, I'm going to be so good that I'm going to beat them, and maybe you have to think like that. But even if you were 2000 yourself, guess what the outcome would probably be? Oh, a draw. So it's almost like you're getting your hopes up for nothing. So we try to go for a trade. My pawns are aesthetically present there. But as a good player would do, he's not even going to trade. But then again, you can't deny it. This is my kind of fork. It's not a fork as in you win something, like, oh, you're forking the king and the queen or rooks or something. It's a fork as in, or how badly he wants to not trade, that he would do this. But a fork where you guarantee a trade, which now maybe you don't even. It almost makes it seem like they're trolling me too. Some like better players with their style, like, oh, look how they're so desperately denying a trade that he would go out of his way and do all this. But why couldn't I do this? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Yeah, you know what? I'll do it. Just in principle, but this is the kind of move that'll mess up my whole structure now. Now we have knight covers knight, but this is not covered even. And I don't mind even doing that trade. Well, even then, isn't everything still covered adequately? Or no, I guess that'll get... See, when I try to do something. That's the fun of chess. Don't try to do anything the game. That's how chess works. Like, don't try to attack, don't try to do anything. I was just even trying to trade in a bit of a clever way here. So if he takes this adequately covered, you could take, I could take, you could take, but then I could double take, or I guess depending on the order of it, I could maybe win a piece back. Those are the two things you got to realize. You got to be slow and stale and repetitive, and really take your time. And number two is, you got to play in such a style that, like, don't try to do too much or overextend in a way that, you know, that I don't have to take. So I'll like double take here, but then they could take here. Okay, this is looking bad. It's just not going to be good no matter what happens. This is knight ends up being a liability, which again, I go through so much trouble, I'm just trying to trade it off. Or wait, why is he actually using more time than me here? It's not like he's doing anything super unconventional either. Like, oh, he's playing this one opening that he's deliberately doing a bad opening just to make it harder for himself. But it'd be sort of like I'm double attacking this then. So like he takes, I take, he takes, I take. I like how much he's bothered by that take lingo. Like clearly that's the issue with everybody. He even said it himself. Why not take whatever you give me? Oh man. But yeah, he's pretty good, but it's hard to judge in these kind of games. Like, you know, this could be like a guess the elo. And you wouldn't think, like, even based on the last game, that he's that much better. So that's still fine. He's +1. Even if you take this, then you could take this first, but then I could protect this somehow. The knight is definitely my weak link because I sort of, so many times I just get caught out, like, I'm not even trying to do anything with it. And I get in trouble just for that reason alone. Yeah, this is a potential opening. You have double attack potential on there. I would take, you would take, I would take if you take, leaving the horse out basically as bait just because I've given up on every inconvenient move that blocks a rook, you know, does something stupid like this. I kind of like this better than even, wait. I don't know why I like this better. I could double take, or no, I can't even. I would take you. I'll just do that. So he's only +1, so it's not a big deal. Right, once again, evenly matched game where he used a lot of his time. Seems like a reasonable position. They could take here, obviously, is fine. Take with the queen, then my bishop's in a bit of trouble. This is okay threat. This is a check. Like, see, like this kind of position, it's the difference here should be relatively non-existent. I don't care how good somebody is. It's like it should be such a simple position to understand because you have you know, there's so little on the board. Like, why should this be hard for me at all? If I can't survive a position like this, I just shouldn't even play the game of chess ever. Like, this is it. I don't care who. I don't care if he's a grandmaster. Like, what can you do here that you think, oh, you're so good, you're so studied openings your whole life? Like, what can any human being do in this position? It's not that deep. You can't do this. But then guess what it'll come down to is time. But then I even have time now too. I could take this for free, but obviously it's all part of his plan. You give a check there, take. Obviously leading to a mate. And so it's a position where, you know, I had some sort of threat here, but I just can't do it. And the reason why is because check, take. So I don't know. I mean, it seems dumb, but just, you know, when all else fails, just try to trade, which is an utterly stupid move, right? Like, there's got to be something better I could do there, but I don't know what it is. See, that move kind of sums up why chess is like not my kind of game. Like, you could try to look, you could sit there, I have 5 minutes, but I just don't care. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna trade, which is still good because it almost compels it. Because now, if you don't do the trade, right, you're gonna lose the knight now for sure. And this pawn was sitting free for like an hour, so it must have just not. Obviously, you couldn't do it with that, but it must not have been worth it for some reason for him to take that. Now we're gonna flag him somehow. Which he might be distracted, he might not be trying fully, but even with all that, like... That's all it should be, is a draw. Draw by insufficient material, he could probably finagle that out in time. I just have that sort of thing, like, I don't know, I'm not intimidated somehow by... I'm intimidated by a level 6 bot or by a 1500 player on chess.com, but somehow I don't feel the same way when I'm playing a 2200 on here. Like, I don't know what it is. And I played other 2000s. It's like the same thing. You just have to play safe. Sometimes, like, this could still be bad. I mean, I don't know, but you'll take here what you can, but you'll push me around with the pawns. It's such an even material position that I can't really worry. That wasn't a very good move. And now we're gonna get caught out there too. You can take a pawn. Oh, come on. Okay, bro. See, like, it's some... Okay. It's something that has nothing to do with... That's so stupid. Good game. Like, that is the most drawish position ever that any fucking idiot should be able to do, but I'm too dumb for even that. And I have plenty of time, too. It just shows you I'm so impatient. That is 100% a draw. There's nothing that you should be able to do. All I have to do is, like... Really don't think it's a draw. It feels like it should have been. Or I guess he's up a pawn, but at least the way that I lost there is so dumb. Like, there's no pressure at all in that moment, at least. Oh, no, I guess he is winning, but no, I mean, if I just play it safe, it would have at least taken a lot more effort with his 50 seconds left that he has. I don't see why it's actually so much in his favor either. He was up only one pawn. And yeah, even this looks like you are playing for a draw. Couldn't you do this and, like, trip them up on their own piece? Oh, but it'll never be enough, I guess. Not about the extra pawn, so it's some more nuance to the position that looks relatively similar. I mean, just the horizontal stack that you can kind of play around with. But no, this is like one of my classic stupid things. At least I should play it out, right? Like, make him work for it, whatever new. Like, let's look at what it would have been. Ah, yes, of course. Just do this sequence of moves to win the game. What an obvious, intuitive, just normal thing that he could have done within 50 seconds, which I kind of actually doubt. This is based on the way that the game was going, like, time-wise, was actually favoring me somehow. Check. No, both of those games were actually pretty good in terms of feeling kind of even a little bit. So were you actually trying in both of those, or you were just messing around? Join us in the 43rd successful the chess 40. Oh yeah, I just saw this like yesterday. The chess 45. As much as I love this, I don't really trust it either because people play really weird online. That, you know, if I want to sit there for 90 minutes, I'd rather do it in person somehow. I'll go do an in-person tournament. Season 43. Why did I never hear about this before if it's been going on for that long? And since I'm such a fan of classical anyway. I did try, but also trying to do flashy moves. I see. Where to play chess tournaments. Define chess tournaments. Check websites of local, state, national. Yeah, and it'll be like USCF kind of rated things. Charlotte Chess Center Tuesday night action. Yeah, the nerdiest get together since a Star Trek convention or whatever the old saying is. Like, you really want to go in person to play a board game with people and think that this is going to be an enjoyable social experience with people who I'll bring my own chessboard. I'll bring my electronic chessboard and use that as an icebreaker. Like, this is really what I'm trying to do right now. The problem is, like, okay, I'm in New York, but then you think, oh, it's in New York City. But no, I'm like more in central New York, so it'd be impossible to, you know, they're all going to be in New York City. I don't even know where that is, Syosset, but I assume near New York City. Brentwood, Bayshore, Brooklyn. Del Mar. I have no idea where some of these places even are. But no, I'd like to do one just to try what the experience is like. 500 FIDE Blitz. Jericho, Great Neck. It'll be like everywhere except for where I actually am. Albany. I guess I could maybe manage that, but I mean, it's so much effort. You gotta like take a day off and go all the way and drive like 2 hours. And America's oldest annual tournament, really. And even the rules are so complicated, like how these things work. Out of state, like, let's see if we can even understand it. What the hell is all this? 6S 4080. What is all this? I don't know what it is. 2-day option under 2100. Albany Marriott. Free parking, wireless, airport shuttle. 18,000 guaranteed prizes. Okay. What if that's why there would be some limit. Like, what if I'm just a down on my luck grandmaster and I want to come here? They'll somehow say you're not allowed to play. Like, I'm Ben Feingold and I've become a drug addict for 20 years and now I need the 18,000 at any cost, and I know I could easily get it because nobody that good is going to be there. Open to above 1900 and above. Wait, what? $2,000, 1,200, 900, 600 top USCF, 2,300, 8 to 400 New York State title, and $100 bonus top New York State resident. Under 2,100, 1,200. So complicated how to explain it. Mixed doubles bonus. Best male plus female. Now they're bringing in gender too. Male plus female 2-player team combined score all sections 600, 400, 200. Team rating must be under average 2,200. May play in different section schedules. Register no extra fee. Both players begin round 2. World Open rule. Players who scored 8 or more points in the 2025 World Open under 2,200 must enter higher section than in World Open. Unrated prize limit 150. Like, god damn it. GMs, IMs, and women's GMs free. $100 from prize. Under 1,200 section. Wait, how much is it? I don't even get it. Sections 5, 150 points. Okay, that's one of them. I'm totally gonna go to one of these two at some point, but if it was only a little closer, I wouldn't mind. Out of state, welcome. New York State title. The top New York State resident on the tiebreak. 4SS G3 D2. Double round 8 games. Albany Marriott 189 Wolf Road, Albany. Free parking, 800 guaranteed prizes. 200 really? Yeah, let's come from out of state to get $800. Bro's not gonna pay for one-way gas money. Under 2200, 120 to 60. Under 1900, underrated 100 to 50. At site Sunday only. No checks. GM's $40 from prize. What does that mean? So if I'm a GM, I get $40 from the prize no matter what? Or that's the most I can get for... I don't get it. Like, we could, you know, that seems unfair. I'll be a GM and I'll just go to all these events and just troll people and win them all because they can't... They keep saying something and above, not and below. So what? I could be Magnus and I could just go here and troll everybody. Registration ends 10:10, round 1, 10:30. Then ASAP should end by 12:30. One pair of half point buys allowed in any round must commit before round 2. September official ratings used. Blitz rated will not affect regular ratings. Higher blitz, regular, okay. $10 service fee. Or my whole philosophy with that is like, why bother doing stuff like that? You see, you know, oh, there's a 1500 rated player who's playing the, you know, one of the Botez sisters in like Australia or something, and it's like, why would a 1500, even a 2000, you have to question a little bit, but like, why would a 1500 rated player take the time and money and go all the way out there just to get whooped by a 2000? Right, like you're not good enough to justify the amount of time and effort to do it, so you're almost just doing it for show or whatever. But you know, like, wait till I'm 2200 online. Like if I was like Wormiest, then I'll gladly go and try to show off and do an over the board thing. But and then still you're not going to be the best person there, obviously, but then at least it feels worth it. Now it feels like, oh, I'm so bad, why would I even bother doing that? Right, you have to get to a certain level, and some people try to discount that too. They'll say like, well, it's an online rating, so it doesn't matter. But to whatever extent it does matter, would you rather be 1500 online on an inflated site, or would you rather be 2200 online on an inflated site? So obviously that counts for something, and that must mean you're at a decent level where you can feel more confident to go in there and actually do something good. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'll try to take on the level 6 chess bot yet again, and it's been moderately difficult. Again, I won't say like I'm blown away by it, but it's a bit of a difficulty spike because, again, 1 through 4 weren't hard at all, although 4 I lost to a number of times, but whatever. It's like me just messing around or being impatient. Level 5 is okay, but I beat it, I think, in 1 try or relatively easily. So how does it go from that to now 6? It is a bit of a jump, right? It seems like a bit of a spike. So we get to show off some art here that has nothing to do with chess, but it's a game that I played only once, or I guess I played it once in the past and then once on this channel, but you know, I had played it once in the past. Danganronpa, obviously a game that people always suggested I play because I like Phoenix Wright and detective games and stuff like that. So the point is that ultimately I played it a little bit and then I wasn't really feeling it. I didn't really like the intro, so then I just didn't play it, and I said, okay, I'll play it when I really feel like in the mood. You got to be in a certain mood to play story type games like that. And then I came back in 2022. I mean, I came back to streaming in 2021, and then I finally played it in 2022, and I was definitely much more in the mood, and it was like a super immersive, you know, it took me like 4 episodes to do the first case, and I was in the right mindset then, and I did like it, and everything like that. So now I'm finally, think about how delayed I am, because I upload stuff in a random pattern, but like I'm finally getting up around to uploading it now, right? I have it edited, so I'll do it like over tonight, basically. I'll upload it, and it's like the first episode. So it took me like literally 3 years to upload this, and maybe partly that was on purpose too, because I wanted to save it for a special occasion, like, because some of my most viewed clips on my channel are Danganronpa clips. For whatever reason, the community is passionate or something about the way I did it. So those 2 clips I have, or even like 3 or whatever, everything to do with it. Elitist Victim Blamer with Celeste, that only got like 2,000, but that still did well. But then I have 2 like 50,000 view videos. When I guessed a deduction that's really good in the first case, obviously I only played the first case, and then the second one, like where I guess when you solve the case and then lose to DDR, or wasn't there another? That must be the other one. And I feel like there was something else, but yeah, basically those 2, basically where I'm losing to the mini game after basically solving the case. Yeah, whatever. We don't always make channel arts for stuff, but when I do, it's for something that I'm not even playing now, that I'm not even playing again necessarily, although maybe I could make a point to do that. Not even something, you know, relevant now, but something from 3 years ago that I finally got around to uploading just the first episode of, that I only have 4 episodes of, that is only the first case of the game, like, and I make two distinct ones for it. It's the same sort of concept. Let's sort of explain a little bit. Obviously, you have the chalkboard, you're in a school setting, you know, Monokuma is doing my shush motif. That really, this has become my thing. Like, I wanted, this is why actually I've done a lot of these. I just want that to be my thing. When nobody else can do that, nobody has ever done that, right? Maybe, you know, in some one-off thumbnail, but like, that is my motif, that every single thing that I do, right? You know, if it's GTA 6, if it's whatever game comes out, I could do theoretically a thumbnail where the main character is shushing, or the villain is shushing, or my character, you know, my created character in there is shushing, whatever. That's literally my motif. It's simple, but that's the whole thing, right? With my Diablo icon and stuff like that. So I wanted that to really be my motif. So you have the chalkboard, obviously it's written that it's my first time playing. It's also a permadeath first playthrough that I done. You have the clock and the seats and everything. And then, you know, Monokuma, the logo. So that one's pretty simple. This one, I like this sort of cutesy shit around the outside, right? Like, oh, like he's trying to, you know, play it down. Like, oh, this is a cute, fun classroom for kids and whatever. And obviously he's very nefarious and whatever. So you have the same sort of vibe, first time playing Monokuma. So that would be worth it to not only do another series, it might inspire me to do, but you know, it's a good thing to even, you know, that just felt like it was deserved. Because, oh, you know, part of the reason why I did it too is because I was even looking up on Google. I always look up like, oh, show me just a cover art or something for the game, for like something that I'm trying to upload, and I couldn't find a really clean one that has the logo and has room for me to put text like first time playing or permadeath or whatever. I couldn't find one. So because of that, and just because it's such a noteworthy one, again, I do owe a lot of my biggest clips to that for whatever reason. It's almost like a karmic justice thing for Phoenix Wright, because I always used to do those games, and when I came back to do some of I was sort of semi-known for those kind of detective games and stuff like that. I would just play them super slow and immersive and analyze everything and make good predictions and come up with deductions ahead of time and just be analytical. And when I came back to do like Spirit of Justice, obviously the newest Phoenix Wright at that time, or whatever, if you count the great Ace Attorney, and it didn't do very well, and it wasn't like, I enjoyed it, but you know, this was the one like, oh, shouldn't the Phoenix Wright thing sort of still be the same vibe? And even if that wasn't, a game like this kind of, you know, gives me the same feeling that that's what you want. So again, the shush motif with Kale from League of Legends, like I'm trying to beat that home a little bit, because it's the sort of thing like I always talk about with you know, the shush with the silencer. This was actually my idea for GTA 6, that I thought, oh, I'd make one for GTA 6 that's like the main character shushing with a silencer, right? That's kind of an operative good way to do it for any sort of shooter. So he has the silencer, Michael, he has the wrench, and he has the machete to show he's a little crazy. And this one also is him shushing. So it's that very, very strong motif that we have. And it's just, it seems stupid, but I do, well, it's not even that it's stupid, but it's something that I always thought about and should have done and never really bothered to do. So let me actually show it here briefly. And we'll play the level 6 bot. Yeah, I was even looking up the word amortal because I didn't know what that meant exactly. Like, it's not that you're immortal, but it's more that you're, you know, like a AI or a bot wouldn't be you know, it was never live to begin with, so it's not, whether it's immortal, it's amortal. I can show off my art a little bit, and again, the motif is pretty clear, so I feel like sometimes, you know, one of these will make you almost feel like doing something. Wait, this doesn't even seem like it's in order. Yeah, it's not, I guess, featured or all. I don't know how featured really works. So again, let me just let me just point out the ones that are actually part of the motif, right? And the reason why is because, you know, that's the whole irony too. Like, oh, one of my videos won't go viral, but one of these arts will go viral, and that'll make me famous, you know, famous for that somehow, something stupid like that. So how many of those do I have, and when did I really start doing it? I mean, obviously the Diablo one goes without saying. I guess I wasn't, this was supposed to be that, but you can't really make it out super well. But yeah, my streams have been sort of sporadic lately. I haven't been, like even yesterday I missed. Sometimes I'm just so tired, I think I'm going to do it, and then I just don't. The Shush, so I guess Destiny was the one where I really made a point to try to do that. So I haven't done that many. Then Detroit, then GTA. These are just like different colored gloves. There's nothing really different otherwise. I love the background actually. This is really nice, the way it looks. This is another one. This is the that nobody would understand, but it's a line from my short story and the whole Botez criticism that we have. So yeah, these are all the ones that are that motif that is very, you know, that is my thing. Like whatever it is, I like that as a thing. So this is obviously my old channel art, and even my current like AFK screen and stuff. And obviously the Diablo icon I still have. Then this is meant to be a continuation of that. Like the joke in the first one is obviously that, you know, oh, he must want me to be quiet. No, you fool. This is how many lives you have, as in one. Like he's pointing one. You have one life because I'm a permadeath player. And then this one is, he must want me to do another permadeath run. Like me understanding what the first one was telling me. Oh, so he wanted me to do a permadeath run. That's what it means. No, you fool. Now you take it to another meaning. No, you fool. This is how many times you can play the game every year, because I only play Skyrim on Christmas. I have a tradition where I do that. 2024. I almost don't remember even playing it in 2024. I must have. I mean, I always do it as a tradition. And then Red Dead, I do on Thanksgiving, but that's not really so much a tradition. It just feels fitting somehow. It's like you're a hunter, you're going out to hunt for turkey, but I actually hunt for bounty, where I try to get as high as possible. So this is obviously the motif as well. I dance with Destiny and the Traveler, you know, like ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight, kind of a play on that. But yeah, this is the Shush motif as well. And then you know, this is Connor doing it, and then Marcus, because this represents my playstyles, and they're also a series that I haven't gotten around to uploading. Or I guess I did upload the first part. That's what I'm sort of doing on my main channel, is just like, I'm just uploading the first part, and then I can put the rest on my second channel if I ever get around to it. My characters, Kara only cared about protecting Alice, Connor cared about doing his job, and Marcus cared about spreading a message of peace and nonviolence. Mommy, Kara, bureaucratic Connor, pacifist Marcus. And then this is obviously GTA 5 with the Shush, same thing. And that almost didn't deserve to be uploaded twice, just because the glove is a different color. And then this is obviously going to be the Shush again. This one I'm not too happy with how it looks, but I mean it's this concept, same thing, Shush icon, so it's fine. And even here on my thing, I had like a little Shush emoji next to it. I don't know, I just like that as a sort of identity. So anytime anybody, it just feels like it deserves to be an ongoing thing, which, especially if I was a big channel, oh, you can afford to make a thumbnail then for everything that you do. So any game that I play, anything new that comes out, I could always do that. Just take the main character and just or a villain or anything, you know, anybody in it, and just make them be shushing. That's one of the funniest ones actually in The Walking Dead that I wanted to make for that, which I did do season 1, but also never got around uploading. Where it's like this is a copyright idea too. You can't steal it. It's like Clementine, because at the beginning of the game there's this back and forth, like Clementine tells him you need to be quiet, so Lee keeps yelling like, anybody here, anybody help, like he keeps yelling and yelling because he doesn't know what's going on. And then the girl says on the walkie-talkie, you need to be quiet. So it'd be like Clementine shushing and Lee like yelling all around, somebody help. And you know the zombies are coming and he's attracting them, and she's like, you know, face palming and shushing him, like, you know, it's like him just being such a moron. I think he's a character that's maybe misjudged and overrated at times. Like I've seen like, oh, a 1v1 edit between him and Rambo or something, and it's like, dude, he's just a moron. Like he's not impressive at all. Yeah, let me try to do this, and I can't figure out why this has been so difficult for me to do. And the reason why is because you know, my openings are pretty solid here. This is maybe where I mess up, but I don't know. Like that keeps them connected in the center pawn, and it doesn't you know, it doesn't help me at all, so I don't see why I would do it. As long as we have plenty of places to go with my knights. But see, this is my problem too. I end up playing too fast. Like you can't feel bad. Oh, I'm trying to use as much time as the thing. See now, you could almost like I could double stack with the queen, double take. But if not for the thing, I could do that. There's always like these weird wonky moves with the knight, like, oh, you're technically meant to go here, even though, you know, he gets caught out. Like I just try to keep them back and get away, kind of a thing. Now the light square bishop needs to be activated, and the reason why is because this is getting a little bit stupid. That might have been a goofy move, but yeah, see, that's just, you're just sometimes trying to force something, and you can easily see it, but I'm just being lazy about it. Now this is a double stack possibility, but I can't do it. I don't know. I already threw with that one move, but it's something so obvious that anybody could see. That's what I don't like. Like even when I play better players, like we just played Wormius, I don't mind losing or I don't mind struggling, and I'm shocked at how long he actually took. I mean, he was probably messing around, but it's a situation where I you know, the way that I lost was still stupid in the sense that now, see, that this is what I mean. Like, I'm winning a piece, but oh no, it's actually that he's posing this, which wouldn't be a mate. So now you got to calculate, is it worth it to, but it'll turn in, no, but it won't, because I take, he takes, I go here, you go here, I go here. I mean, it's a bad idea, but it's technically not a mate, and it could be the sort of thing that it's kind of a funny thing. You know, it's almost like that means I'm putting a certain amount of pressure. Like they had to do that because somehow I'll just do it, but they had to do that because otherwise they were Now, the purpose of that move is clear because you get to do the whole dark square shenanigans. So if they take, I could take, wait. But how is that? What? Wait, this this could be dangerous for them too. But sometimes I just start to do random stuff. Like, it seems like a threat to him, but somehow it must not be. I don't know. How can this be? I'm just too simple-minded with how I do stuff. I don't know. It's like I'm not even taking the time or the effort to do it. So you would take there and then do it, or opening up the Darksphere Bishop to this is bad too. Like, why couldn't you just make a move like this then? If I take, you can't even take, but you can check there, and that could be trouble. You go here, and he'll check again. In a way that could be like he wins this. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I just, you shouldn't play if you're not in the mood, but that's always the lack of effort that I put. You're not really even looking, so why even bother, right? It's this pretense of like, and for me, it really is like a filler category anyway. You're just not really trying. Like, I can be decent when I actually just play the game, but it was an okay game. Like, it didn't feel that bad. And again, he's making a blunder of some magnitude that I don't see why this entirely works, but you take, I take, you're still taking. You gotta always remember that the knight is a liability in a way that and even there is still a drawish territory. It's not even like that's a winning play. You gotta punish the blunder. But no, it's the kind of thing you gotta just have more interest in, which I don't. That was over pretty quick too. It's okay to just run your games through the engine. What does that mean? When new chess players make the most mistakes, probably either in the opening if they haven't studied openings and they don't know them, or in time pressure, time of day. Oh, not so much that. That's kind of stupid, the time of day thing, but why would that even be relevant to anything? Like, it could be so many reasons for that. They're distracted, they're playing at work, they're playing in school. The problem is just that I can't play random people because of how I failed my challenges and stuff. Right, so that's literally the only thing I could do, or I could just like I could like play against myself to a degree that, like, how would I do it if I was playing myself? I'd go here, here, probably here, probably here, probably here, here, go here or here. I don't know. I somehow favor this move. But what happens is you can mirror them here. And then you're setting up to do that maybe. And then you go here. You go here. Go here. Here you go back. You go here, you go there, you go back. This is all pretty basic stuff, and then so as much as I say, even though I don't study, some of this, you're getting Not that even exactly the way I'm doing it is right, but clearly some of this I picked up over time. I wouldn't have played like this, just randomly or when I was younger. There's a certain fundamental basis to it, um, that you just pick up from playing over time. This is where it starts to get a little tricky because the development is good. Now I can't figure out what to do. One of the key things that you do is you try to I mean, I sort of try to bait trades a little bit, but you try to I mean, it might turn into where I'm doing the same thing the whole game, like with both sides, but then it favors white ultimately. Like we go here, you could go here, you could go here, you could go here, but I can't, so you go there. I'm gonna end up doing the exact same thing. Now, if you take, I open the dark square thing. If you don't take, then I can take, either way, I can open this. So either you're opening it to the bishop or you're opening it to the rook for a double attack as well. So if I was black, I might not take. I might even do this to say that, okay, now if I take, you take, or if I take, you take. And so I don't know about that. This is looking like an octopus knight almost, but it doesn't quite work. See, here sometimes I'm tempted to do that, but I don't think it actually does anything. So now we have the center pawns as black that seem good. Then I take, then you take, then I bait the trade. Then if it's me, I'm also going to take the trade. So every game is going to get to the end game in that way. And then you could do it again, do it again, do it again. See, it just makes it so much easier and simpler. Like, you don't even have to worry about anything. So now you could move this somewhere, which I don't even know where to move it. This doesn't look right. You could try to take. It's not like I have to. It's not like I have to mess up the pawns even in doing that. I can just literally. I like how I'm playing into the trade so much though. Yo, your stream is okay. Thanks for the follow. So we take this, and then the difference, I guess, would be that we have a bishop pair, and they don't. So that could be a winning thing for white, or that is interesting to see though. Like I have the height of laziness with how I play. That it's just so much easier to trade. It's just so much easier, like lack of effort to, the Darkster Bishop can't do anything because I've been doing this pretty well where I'm playing around that here, and then you got to really dominate with the knights, which you can't do because they can't go anywhere. Or you could do a move like this to kind of just rub it in your face, and then I probably wouldn't do it now as much as I like trades because it seems like a better favorable position to. I would probably still do it, honestly. I would probably just still do it, but no, that bishop pair could be good, or maybe in this kind of situation it's not even that good because it's a case where you it's a case where there's only so much you can do with this position, so now you got to like get behind them somehow, and I don't even know how you do that, or you start to try to push the pawns. Like I don't even know what you would do in this situation. I have no idea. It's just kind of dumb. So the knights are sometimes experts at getting behind enemy lines in a way that but actually I just fucked myself. See, by trying to do something as black, I I sort of trapped it. So now I would take, they would take. I still can't take, so it's not that big of a loss, but it messed up the pawns a little bit. Let's see if I can win this end game as white, but I still don't think I can, because like, what is so special about this? We go back, we go here. We go, oh, that was a bad move, because now that lets me come through. I'm obviously moving way too fast to even assess whether any of this is good or not. You can't come through, can't come through, can't come through, so you just got to make sort of filler moves there. And then this is going to be kind of much more of the same, where I, you know, just kind of make back and forth moves that don't put your position in jeopardy at all. It just shows you how boring it can be, like, where, you know, you just saw me play myself, and so what does that really prove? That, like, it would be a draw every time, which it maybe should be, because you're playing at sort of the same level, or white might have some sort of minor advantage that you can press. There's just like this willingness to calculate that you have to have that I don't. That's what I hate when people say, "Oh, you should study openings or something." Is that really what you're doing wrong at like 1200 or 1500 or whatever, even higher if, you know, I'm 17 or whatever? Is that really the issue though? It's like a fool's gold, or like a snake oil salesman thing, or even just like a, you know, you're focusing in on the wrong thing, because that seems like, oh, that's the answer if you just knew the opening and this and that. But if you just actually think about what you're doing and you're a little careful, it's fine. You don't need to worry about that at that point. See how easy it would be if everybody was just like me with the trades, which I stand by as a low level idea, because people might say, oh no, if you truly want to win and you truly want to be good, yes, but if you're not good yet, right, you can try, but you're probably better off trading to a degree, because what it does is it allows you to, you know, play it safe. There's less pieces for you to blunder, less pieces for your opponent to mate you with. It's just like you're kind of acknowledging your limits, unless you think you're better than what you are. But then again, you could say maybe you won't get better that way if you don't have the will to try to do something more. But it's just kind of annoying that I can't use these, but I kind of have made that, you know, permanent thing very punishing. I don't mind playing viewers, but then again, I'm not big enough to always have viewers, especially at the random sporadic times I do this. So I honestly don't even know what to do. I was using that chess hotel thing. Almost like I want there to be a new site that kind of usurps all of these. You know, that's actually active and everything. Chess and chess.com, all the other ones are either defunct or just garbage. Best place to play Chessable. Chess Kid. 100% safe, but you're not gonna be safe from me. And it shows you how easy it is. Yeah, I'm not a kid, and I played on there, so it banned me from it, but I still ended up losing eventually. Has it been 6 months since I did that permanent rotation? Maybe I could do it again. I've done that a number of times. I do like these website permadeath. I don't know if it's been long enough, actually. It probably has been, actually, because it would have been last year. Let me actually see. It's like I played chess on Roblox, you know, for a period there, and so I do those kind of other formats, like where I go on all these other sites. So we go to let's see. if I look at this, I gotta see like when did I last play anything to do with chess. So if it's been 6 months, and I think I kind of broke that rule anyway before, but I try to stay honorable with it. Like I'm not allowed to play them for another 6 months after I do that. So Reddit chess quotes, evolution, shaman thing, which I was just doing. Introducing a new format, playing the most popular games on Twitch, which I only got like 3 deep with that. GTA 5, Dota, and then League, I think, or Valorant too. BitLife, Chess Hotel, playing, permadeath chess video. I guess I can show this. I don't know why I'm okay. So what I wanted, it was only 2 months. Well, really, I don't remember doing this so recently. Chess website, gauntlet returns, loss equals next website. Damn it. Maybe I won't do the 6-month rule with that, but that's insane. I thought I had done it like last year, like before the holidays or something. 2 months ago would have been, I don't remember that even. And how did I go through that quickly even? Or maybe that's with like, I don't know. Video game anthology, which obviously Roblox chess could be in here. It's that, that even I try to apply to the same thing where I say, where I say that if I lose in Roblox chess and I can't play on there anymore, it's just like you run out of places to play when you do it with such high stakes like what I have. Bringing back my debate format, which I always have an urge to do. It's not a case, it's a short story. One step ahead. Yeah, I honestly just don't even know what to do though. I guess I should do the same thing I was doing on those long sessions. If I lose in chess, then I can just do Hearthstone or something. So hang on, let me 69. No, which one is that? Like 62. I could just do Hearthstone and do the evolved shaman and stuff like that. And even though I was getting bored of that a little bit, or I could continue that PvZ series, which I, in a way, I almost don't want to do that. Not that I don't enjoy PvZ heroes, but it's just like, when you do a good thorough series on it, or yeah, even for that, has it been 6 months since I failed that? Such that it wouldn't matter because I guess I already did it. So I broke that rule, I think, where I, I can't play it again for 6 months after failing the challenge, but then I did it on that muted stream anyway. You know what I was wanting to do on that was like, for some reason on those muted streams, I wanted to do like a Far Cry 3 playthrough for some reason, just because that's like a very replayable game that you don't have to worry about the story too much. You just go to all the pirate bases and stuff, and then you can reset. They added that excellent feature, like once you clear out all the outposts, you can reset them and then do it all over again. Right, that's a very good thing to have that they added in some update. And then, like that, or Mad Max or something, where you just kind of roam around and do random stuff in the open world. That's the whole beauty of it, is you don't need like the story or the context to it. So I could either do Hearthstone or I could do PvZ Heroes. That's what I was doing basically in my other sessions there. Okay, so here I'm going to just do what I was doing before, which is a bunch of gimmick decks. I'll go between maybe each one until I lose, and in tradition, playing Hearthstone when I'm half asleep, for whatever reason, it always happens to be this. So the Shaman one we've done basically to death, where even though this is like elusive, all the elusive minions in the game that you can have pretty much, in the warrior deck, obviously some of the warrior ones I've never really used that much, and so basically I wanted to do one of these for like every single class. So like a deck with all the elusive minions in the game that you can have like neutral, but also all the class ones. So Tortola makes this very interesting that I obviously haven't used that, and then there's a couple good warrior ones that you also get as well. So obviously elusive is one of my favorite mechanics, and but yeah, the warrior one was kind of boring though, because it's not really, it's just very straightforward. There's not a whole lot to it that makes it interesting, and I don't know. I forgot to change my thing actually. But yeah, I guess the one thing my sporadic schedule has led to is that I'm not really fun gimmick index is that I haven't done the League of Legends series, obviously. I've just kind of taken a break, so it doesn't really matter. But why is he taking so long, man? Yeah, maybe I'll just do one game with each for what little energy I have, or I'll do it maybe until I lose one. I could do the same one, but yeah, this one's very straightforward. At least the shaman one can have some interesting interactions, like where you're getting these crazy evolves with the clown and, you know, other kind of fun stuff. This one is just like literally play on curve and just summon the elusive stuff when you get it. The one thing that can make this a little bit fun or decent is the Lord Thamar, so then you have pretty crazy values, you know. Especially if you can do it twice, like you flip Lord Thamar back. Come on, man, I'm coming here to play one game in like a whole week, right? And you gotta fucking cuck me by going AFK and stuff. Like, come on. Yeah, we'll finally, after what feels like years, or what actually is years, upload that dang and Ronpa episode finally tonight. And then I have to, you know, do some of those muted session uploads too. Which, yeah, that's what I was doing in those muted sessions, where like I was using TTS commentary or whatever, and they were kind of like longer, is I was either playing chess, trying to beat some of those bots, or playing Hearthstone, or, you know, doing these gimmick decks, or then I did PvZ Hero. So those are the kind of games that are like, you know, it can be kind of mindless, repetitious stuff that you don't mind doing. Not like a story game or something, a new game or something I've never played before. Then it feels like you really want to do it with a bit more attention and with commentary and stuff like that. But that's the one thing I wish, you know, not even that if you're a huge streamer, but if you're like a moderate sized streamer, people would want to play with you anyway then. Like, oh, look, they get to play me and I'm an IM or something, and I'll teach them, even using my stupid TTS stuff. That at least makes it a more interesting form of content, that you get a certain, you know, you're whatever, people still want to play with you, whether because you're a more established creator or whether because you're actually a better player or something. And so that would be interesting, at least, like, because otherwise those sessions feel really stupid. It can still be enjoyable gameplay and interesting, you know, decks and stuff that I'm using, but I don't like the fact that yeah, it just feels weird, and it's like a last resort. I should have time to do this, but sometimes I'm just so tired, or it's like a bonus too. It's like I can still do these sessions, but that would be like if I have extra time, I can just do it on top of it. That kil'jaeden actually looks pretty good. Yeah, we keep the 4 cost. That was just really boring because the guy was AFKing out. But yeah, that is one that I maybe waited on purpose. Like, oh, because some of my, what the fuck is going on? Like, oh, some of my most viewed clips come from that, so I better save it for a rainy day, or it'll be like a really special occasion, and then I'll make some channel art for it too. But then at the same time, you would think, oh, because of how big those clips were, you would think I should have made a point to do it sooner, to upload it, you know, right away then. But I don't really think like that. But it's amazing to think like how many series I have, like these 10 external hard drives, right, that are all full, 10 terabyte external hard drives with all these VODs over time and all kind of other shit, and they all have my old VODs, so it gives me like a peace of mind that at least like, oh, you know, I could edit these and upload them eventually later. But then it's hard to catch up when you're still doing stuff in the present. Like, it's enough just to try to keep up with what I'm doing, let alone that's really what my second channel was such a good idea. I have my main channel, but like that, I only upload like one thing once a week. Like one I try to do, which I haven't even been doing that lately, but like 1 week I'll do an episode of something, like a full, like how I'm doing the Danganronpa one. So I'll do one full episode, then the next week I'll do a clip, like a 30-second short clip, like a worthy moment, funny moment, whatever, highlight. Then the week after that I'll do another full episode. So that's all I do on there. So I would never catch up with the fact that I'm, you know, streaming daily and doing all this. So what ends up happening is I made the second channel, like I don't even remember now, like a couple years ago, and that enabled me to, now I can just spam upload stuff all the time. So now I can try to keep up at least with what I'm doing on a regular basis, even though I may not these kind of annoy you though, and you just can't even fill out the board that way, or I shouldn't have even played that one. The point is, yeah, you would have like, you know, like if I keep up with what I'm doing now, that's one thing, but it'd be impossible to catch up and do everything that we've done before. This is such a dumb spot to be in where I can barely play anything. And some of these are in there just as fillers, but the main thing is if I just get Lorthamar with some of these elusive values, it can always be fun. And this is the kind of power creep equalizing thing that, even as bad as this sort of deck would be now, that makes it, you know, you at least have a decent chance to do something against some good decks. Like, imagine dealing with a, you know, 10-8 of that, or a 160, you know, 260 of that, or a 8 mana 12/12 that has that effect. So there are some good elements because you get to see these values get really jacked out so far. And so the reasoning is that if you can do that, you can almost run away with a little bit. I almost want to wait till turn 9 to do it, which if I get some other filler plays, I might do that, but you can't get too greedy. But again, it would be like a 24/24 with rush and elusive, and it's like, oh, they'll just use removal on it, but they can't because they're not going to have enough removal. You know what, dude? If I can, oh, I should have done it the other way, but yeah, if I can just get the thing, I'll be guaranteed to play it again, which is a weird way to play him, but I'd rather him be a 7 mana 1/1 and just have the same effect. And it's like, or not like a 7 mana, but like a, you know, 4 mana 1/1 with the same effect. I don't know. But then even by that logic, it could be a 4 mana 4/4 because how power creeped and jacked out some of the stuff is. So this one already wouldn't be usable, but the situation where now we can double Lorthamar, and by doing that we should be in a good shape, and then we get to show off these values. It is very satisfying when you get to do that. Like literally, you know, it'll be a 3/120 or a 4/120 if you had been able to do that. It's just like, no matter how much the game changes, it's always hard to deal with stuff like that. I never noticed when they, or not that they changed it, but it's just a different version of the card. Okay, now we get to do Orthamar, flip it back. Do like that. This effect is very handy. Again, some of these start to troll you, you know, and rub it in your face. Between this and Tortola, it's like, oh, all you have to do is attack in, but then they make it so hard to, like, what other 130 is there, period, in the game that you would, you know, have the similar. but the fact that it happens to be elusive too, or same thing here, like, you know, can only take 1 damage at a time, and it's elusive, so that makes it almost impossible to deal with. And he's trying to copy my thing here, but these are the kind of amazing values that you would get. So now you have these jacked out values, you just get to sit here and show off. The one thing that I did that was impressive actually was last month I got to gold with this, or not with this, with the shaman one. Evolve gimmick, which might not seem like a big deal, but it's always somewhat hard to get to even gold with it. With the gimmick deck. You almost want the game to go on for a long time that you get to show off some of your values here. Scarab Lord. But yeah, the point is that now we get to do something very good, which is to you know, have some of these crazy values that you just, it's almost fun to kind of troll them and BM them. Like, I want to see what even a good deck could necessarily do against some of this, and you just can't do anything. You know, I could slow pace him even further, but I think that's a final boss battle. Obviously, he's going to have some AoE and tomb type shit. That's why I don't even want to finish him off. I want to show off all this. Like, if you can beat all of this, I'll let you win. I'll concede the game if you can keep dealing with my board successfully, but now that could be very bad actually, because no, but I can do, wait, but yeah, that thing is almost impossible to deal with, because well, never mind the fact that he's just dead this turn anyway, but let me the thing is that you could have like an inner divine spirit, inner fire thing, but yeah, it's stupid. There is no way to actually get rid of that. So the best way to beat me with this, oh, how are they going to deal with these crazy values? The best way, I guess, is for them to just create them themselves, just to copy it. Right? You can't beat me, so you try to join me and copy what I'm doing. It's pointless to even attack into that, like, for either of us. But yeah, it shows that there's no answer. Like, I shouldn't even bother wasting my time. Yeah, this one I didn't find as interesting as the evolve, but I almost would rather do it just because I would rather do it because it's good in the sense that it's just different. We've kind of beaten that evolve one to death. There's still no spectral Ner'zhul out here though, for what it's worth, unfortunately. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so here we're going to face the level 6 of the chess bot yet again. This is turning into the greatest chess rivalry since what even is the best chess rivalry? Like, maybe in a metaphorical sense, Bobby Fischer versus Magnus, that, you know, to try to surpass him as the GOAT, or who was the rivalry at that time? Like Karpov, or I can't even remember, but whatever, like nobody really was seen as a rival to Fischer, though. He just won and he was just the best. But that is actually a good question. What is considered best chess rival? People would stupidly say like, oh, Hikaru and Magnus, but that's just because he's a big streamer, right? That's not Smilsov and Botvinnik, Karpov, and yeah, see, these are like lesser. Yeah, that's actually a good one. Kasparov and Karpov, because you know, Kasparov had beaten up on Karpov over the years, but then Karpov finally came back and beat him. Or wait a second, No, I'm thinking of Kramnik actually. Kramnik ended up beating. See, there's a Wikipedia article about it, so it must be. But no, I mean these are usually like second tier, or some of these guys aren't as well known, right, or well respected. But yeah, how about Fabiano and Magnus? Which not really, but in the sense that he drew him in every single classical game in a world championship. I'll always use that as a token. Like Fabiano can die in peace knowing. Right, that'll be his final thought. Like, I drew Magnus Carlsen, supposedly the greatest chess player ever, as far as we know now, right, that in every single game of a world championship, and then I lost only in the tie breaks. Like, what more do you want the guy to do? Right, like, oh, he should just win, right? Like, unless you're going to beat Magnus, like, that's the best performance you could possibly ever have. And so it sort of shows you in that same sense. That right there proves that Magnus is not the GOAT, because why should this random dude, and I'm saying that sarcastically, but why should Fabiano Caruana be within 4 rating points of the GOAT in his prime? Why should Fabiano be able to draw the GOAT in every single classical game and have to go to tie breaks to beat him? Why he's 28-44, Magnus is 28-50 at that point? Like, why should it be that close? Right, this is a principle I always use when I'm discussing other things, maybe like sports or something. Like, it's relative to your peers. So on one hand, greatness is measured relative to your peers. So what that means is, like, you know, you can only play who you can play. You can't really use that against somebody. So when you have the truly greatest players in something like Wilt Chamberlain in basketball, or you know, Paul Morphy in chess, they'll try to discredit the era. See, you can't discredit Paul Morphy because he was just perfect. He was just like way too good. Nobody can even explain it. He's just way ahead of his time. Then people don't attack him because there's nothing to attack. He's just too good. But then people attack the era. Well, they say, oh, he wouldn't have been that good in this era, or something like that. Oh, somehow the era, he was playing weak competition. But whatever made his competition weak, supposedly, right, would have applied to him too. Oh, we didn't have theory. It wasn't like it is today. We didn't have study resources. There wasn't a whole lot of theory and resources like that available. Right, people didn't understand the game at that level. So he's ahead of the time. He dealt with the disadvantages and managed to be so great despite them. Whereas today, players are spoiled by all the advantages that we have today. Advanced development of theory, better ways to study, all these different resources, right? So that's the engine, obviously, itself. So the problem with that perception is that you're attacking the era, but you're not realizing that's actually the biggest plus. That's not a minus, that's a plus. To say, look at what he did without all the advantages that you have, right? Imagine if he had those advantages too, he'd be even better. So it's, again, relative to competition. So there's a better GOAT case for a player like Paul Morphy or somebody like that, where there's a bigger divide. Or even like Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer was like the world's first 2700, and then he almost gets to 2800, right? So it's like, how much better are you than your peers? That gap, that's the true definition of greatness, right? Like, are you better than, you know, Wilt Chamberlain averaged 50 points a game when nobody else averaged more than like 35 ever, even now, right? And that's always a fallacy to say, oh, but who you played against, like that's like a time traveler, you know, poor man's fallacy. Like, oh, you know, yeah, let's take a time machine from today back to then with all the resources that you had today, all the advantages, all the benefits that you had today, the engine, you know, better, you know, analysis and theory and opening theory and all this kind of stuff. All of those resources that you have that they didn't have, you're going to benefit from, but then you're going to act like, oh, we're better. So better in what way? Better in a raw sense? Like, oh, you know, we had this resource, so it's not fair to even say that. You're actually kind of saying the opposite, right? Like, you had all these advantages, but it's still a comparison. And so you have to always do it relatively. And so in that basis, it's not to diminish a player like Magnus, but it's just to say, like, that's the biggest black mark, right? Why should Fabiano be within 6 points of the GOAT when the GOAT's in his prime? Why should he be able to draw every single classical game? You could say, oh, that just proves that Fabiano's so great himself, which he is a terrific player, but that's kind of the point. There shouldn't be that, right? If you're truly the best player ever, you should be head and shoulders above everybody, like the world's first 2900 and everyone else is 28, 27. So Bobby Fischer was up by a bit. Paul Morphy was way better. So that's how you really look at it, because otherwise you're doing some fallacy of like, oh, relative to the era, But same thing with the benefits. Like, I'm not going to discredit and say this era and say, oh, well, Fabiano had the benefits of the engine and he had this and that, but so did everybody else. So did Magnus. So that's not a negative, right? Just like saying it in the past, like, oh, players were so bad when Paul Morphy played. But why were they bad? Bad compared to what? Oh, bad compared to the modern advantages that they didn't have. So were they really bad, or did they just not have that resource? Like, it matters more even in a game like chess, because people say that with sports, like, oh, as if old time athletes were so bad. Like, you have better nutrients, better shoes, better salaries, better, training facilities, workout, medical staff, all these different things. I've made this argument so many times with Wilt Chamberlain, like, and you get these like guard, ball handler type players like Kobe and Jordan, who get hyped up because of the media, and players like Kareem, who are centers and more boring style, we kind of don't respect, and we think, oh, it's because of height, even though that's not even, it's like height versus hype. But the hype that you get with some of those players, the whole height argument is the fact that we've had players like George Murison and other, almost 8-foot players, and they had tremendous height advantages, but that doesn't mean that see, this right here already seems good. Isn't it worth it to trade down, in my mind, a bishop for a knight, which is an inferior piece, but you double stack the pawn in an ugly, disconnected way? Like, look at how ugly this will be. Pawn, 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 pawn. How can that not be good for me? Like, I would love to see some 2000 rated player come in here and explain, well, but technically, actually, like, nothing. It's just stupid. That is the shittiest, ugliest pawn structure that you've ever seen. And it's just like, I don't know. Now, a move like this is kind of annoying because the knight is such a target in the early game that I feel very... Wait, what even happened to my... Oh, I was going to say, what happened to my knight, because I didn't trade it off, but they do that stupid thing with the... But no, you gotta tell me, this alone... right, should be the difference in the game, right, at a moderate level. How can you reconcile this pawn structure? How? I can't even explain what's happening with it. You can't even, like, bait a trade here to, like... But that's what they end up doing. That's what better players end up doing. It's like, somehow they'll move these in such a way to trade, and then it'll fix itself. So it won't be as bad as what it seems. I could go here and attack this, to which you have to respond, but... what I want to do is kind of get it out of the way. Now, this leaves it sort of vulnerable to a double diagonal attack with the queen. This is getting a little bit tedious playing this one over and over, but it feels like something I wanted to do. Obviously, I said, oh, I'm going to try to go through all of them, even level 7 and 8, but this one seems almost evenly matched with me from a time perspective. Like, if it had to take it, if it was like a human player at the same level, it would have to take its time, and it would be thinking hard, and it would be it might flag. So that's the deceptive thing, is like, we're pretty evenly matched, but he's just so much faster that I feel intimidated, and then I move fast too. So the only thing I can do is go here, and I don't like that move, because what could end up happening is the queen then ends up there, and then it's like, not only do you have to protect this, but you also have to... I don't know what you can do. I'm fine with this, because you're attacking the... Oh. No, but that doesn't even work. You could, like, sack this and then take, but... I was like, I'm gonna hit this, and I'm also able to go, like, here, just to kind of get it out of the way. And you could push this and try to take this. Now, there's something weird that happens with this. And I just don't quite understand. I'm falling for, like, some sort of beginner's trap aspect here, where, like, you're gonna sack this, and I just don't even get it. Is it one of those things you just have to know instinctively or something? Like, I can't even... You'll sack it, take, and then you're threatening here. This move would be good if you could actually, like, you fork them there. If I could just like even target the bishop. See, that's where it's going to come in. Like I go here and then I go here, but I can't even do that. Like how is this? I could do it like no. I don't know how this happens. Like here this could actually be good because you get to you block the diagonal, and then if you end Pazan, it opens up. You know, this pawn is causing me quite a bit of trouble. And I could even take I could even take with the knight. I mean, like, I knew he was going to do that, but I just don't even care. It doesn't seem to have the same effect now. Take, and then what? Like, this is covered. I don't understand. You'd have to do something with that, which at least isn't immediately... I don't care. I just get annoyed by these. Like, look at how he's playing, dude. Who plays like this? Like, how do you do this? How? You'll take the pawn. I'm not worried about that. You can double take on here, but it's like I'd maybe have to trade down. I don't know what's happening. But no, I could sit there and think about it a little harder. Like, why wouldn't you just do that? I guess I wouldn't have to take. I could have done maybe like that, but the biggest thing I try to do in a situation like this is I try to trade. And the reason why I try to trade is because if you keep that secure, I mean, that's kind of the main thing we're trying to do here. That move is even odd. Like, what does that even do to advance the attack? It's almost like, oh, they've given up, now they have to bring another piece in. And it's like, I could take this, which seems, this is the kind of tunnel vision stupid thing I would do too. It's like it has nothing to do with the position, but I'll still do it anyway. This almost seems like a good move, but again, you'll unleash something into a potential mate, into a potential whatever. So I don't know. I like the idea of raising the queen so it becomes active there, but I'm worried about the knight still. This is like just get it out of the way, man. How about that? Like, I'll even do this. Like, I don't care. I don't care. You give another check, would you again, you could still try to do the take there, which I said an hour ago that would be relevant. So what is different now? He could almost bait for I'm +2. He can almost bait for wait, what? He could almost bait for fucking threefold repetition, but okay, fine, do it. But how? Oh my god. It's like you can't even get through the opening comfortably or anything. He's only +3. And in fact, if this wasn't some potential mate, this would even be good. That problem is all they have to do is go there and then I'm just done. For fuck's sake, man. They're so annoying, man. This isn't even covered, and then this is like... this is really an annoying one because it's good, but it's not that good, but it's just like... I don't even get it. This is kind of dumb. You give a check here. Shouldn't this be a fork? But it won't be because they just always have an answer for everything in their whole fucking life. Like, I give up. I already know. Like, just why even bother playing the game? Like, really, why even bother? They have an answer for everything. Like, just forget it. Like, oh my god. Yeah, this one's deceptive because it's not that good, but it is that good. Like, you take that, but then I could take this, but who the fuck knows what you're gonna do? I don't know what you're gonna do. It still seems like they're playing almost for a draw, but do it. They'll bait the threefold repetition, but then they won't do it. Like, what are you doing? If you take, I take the queen. This could be good for me. You check on the back rank, and then I go up, and then you check again. There must be something good here because I could take the rook just like that. I like this. Well, they could push take. If they check on the back rank, I can't block anymore. And because I can't block, I have to I couldn't even develop properly or anything. They check on the bank rank, I come here, they check again, and just I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of see the idea, but I'm just too lazy. Like, it sort of burns you out a little bit. Like, I think I played decently, but just kind of too impatient and just taking it for granted a little bit. So the thing is that, you know, that position, it's just way better than I would have expected. Again, even looking at like level 5 wasn't that good, and then it just turns into this. They're getting like such a lead out of the opening that I can't do anything about it. Like, it's all good, all fine, and then you do that cheeky little thing, which I hate. That's not the correct move, but I just can't explain how that pawn structure is to be like, look at the evaluation right now, just with these pawns. Like, explain to me. Yes, who would tell you that black is winning here? Who would say that? Why would you ever say that? What material logic does this make? Like, 1 2 1 2, the fact that they have a bishop pair, the fact that they can obviously do something to maybe correct it, but it's a situation. Okay, you're supposed to go here. Like, how am I supposed to know that? Like, what? I don't know. That would be my instinct anyway, just to kind of play it safe, but I did that correctly, and then you're trying to bait the you're supposed to leave it there. You're trying to bait the trade. I can get around that at least. So I'm losing pretty hard. I see that. I just accept. I accept that because that's an opening. That's an opening thing. Like, I just don't know what I'm doing, and you got to study the opening. There's nothing in that that shows me it's that bad that you just have to sack because you can't block. Why couldn't you just do something simple like go here? Okay. You know, just I will pay the price for my lack of development, as I always say, one of my quotes, inspired by the Emperor in Star Wars. Like, you just can't even develop, you can't even get out of the opening, you can't do anything. I love this guy. He's a GM who's lower rated on here than he must be in real life, otherwise he wouldn't be he wouldn't be a GM. Like, what the fuck? No checks accepted. Yeah, but the point is, this is like a little mini series, just me trying to beat the bots, and it is pretty tough. I'm surprised how good it is. So I was doing like sort of Hearthstone or PvZ Heroes in these kind of sessions, or not these sessions, but the ones where it's sort of muted. What I keep wanting to do is bring back like my old debate format, but I can't really think of how to do it. It's just impossible. So that is kind of anticlimactic. I should take my time more, so it ends up taking the whole whatever amount of time I stream just to do that game. But see, that's a perfect example. You can beat level 1 through 4 of the bots on here just at a surface level. Just like think about it a little bit, just, you know, do it on instinct and whim. You don't really have to calculate too hard. Level 5, I had to calculate maybe a little bit. Level 6 is the perfect example of, like, it doesn't matter how good or bad you are. but like you have to put a certain amount of effort, or you have to know what you're doing. You cannot. The level 6 bot is like, I don't care if you're Bobby Fischer, I don't care if you're Magnus. It's like, it's a perfect example of that. Like, you have to know what you're doing somewhat in terms of openings, fundamentals. You must have studied. You have to sit there and calculate for a long period of time, right? You have to do something. You can't just, oh, I'm just playing chess for the first time and I just beat that bot. You can't do it. It's impossible. Like, you can't just be like, okay, I'm a moderate player and I just go in there and I just make every move in a few seconds and I'm just, no, you have to actually think about it. You have to actually do something. You have to actually do it in such a way that you have to put a certain amount of effort that you don't normally have to put. So now I could do Hearthstone, I guess, maybe in a minute. Okay, so here I'll do a bit more of my gimmick deck with Shaman / Warrior. I guess I'll sort of alternate. I'll give Warrior the precedent. I said I would almost be done with doing those, but then I'm too lazy to try to make another one. But no, I basically wanted to go through every single class and do an elusive base deck with it, like where I have every elusive minion in the game and I try to complement it somehow. Unfortunately, the best complement now is just like Lorthamar or something, kind of general and generic, not really something specific to the class. Not like how I did it way back, many, many years ago where you didn't have a lot of these cards. So I did it with Mage to have like Counterspell and stuff like that, and Lotheb and Trogzor. Even though those aren't Mage cards, it's like you're doing that to have Counterspell and things like that to prevent them from doing that. And some of the splitting image or duplicate or whatever to try to recycle some of the elusive minions. And then you also have Druid for some of the AoE buffs. Right, it's like, wow, I have this 4-mana thing that gives me +1/+3, and that's such a good thing because nothing else can target the minions to be able to buff them, right? The elusive minions that weren't even called elusive at the time because that keyword was just introduced like last year. But the point being that, wait, what happened? My thing froze, I guess. It always does this where I can see it on my stream and on my phone, but I can't see it on my OBS. Is just frozen. But yeah, we'll mess around with this a little more, and I like it because it's a little bit quiet too. Oh, you know what? I think I know why that is. Oh, because I put this down to because I was doing that TTS shit. I was doing the TTS thing with this seems like a little bit out of proportion where the goal is, but no, my point is I want to go through every single class and do that. But the difference is, aside from the class elusive minions themselves, there won't be much identity to it because it's like, oh, you're doing the same thing. You have Lorthamar, you have a couple of neutral cards. It won't really matter because, like, unless the class can really complement that, the elusive aspect, then I don't know what the point. It's a real travesty that it's a travesty that Death Knights that are all about this, to some extent at least, wouldn't have any elusive minions. Like, how is that possible in all this time? Even when Death Knights first came out, I was excited because I thought it would have a couple in there. This makes sense as a thing, but as a spell. But where's all the actual elusive abilities? This I'd be forced to use as a druid just because, even though I wouldn't be doing the starship thing. Gigantify is what exactly? Again, 8 cost, 8 copy, elusive lifesteal taunt, and the reason why is because, okay, that obviously would be fine. Some of these I'd be forced to use. Elusive lifesteal taunt as well. This one is obviously kind of stupid, right? One of those just reward you for doing nothing if you just play it later in the game, and so it's a 6-mana 14/14 with elusive. Like, what the fuck? Elusive taunt, or if you did it with Lorthamar, it would be a, the battle cry will happen after, so it'll be a 21/21 for 6 with elusive. I compare that to this 10-mana 14/14 is still pretty good, but now you just get that for free. Like, what kind? This is like perfect example of like power creep, stupid design. You get this card for 6 just by simply playing it on turn 10. Right, like, what sense does that make? You're not doing anything to earn it. Elusive taunt, that thing looks pretty sick too. Give your hero +8 attack and gain 8 armor. I don't even care about that, but just 8/8 is okay. That is actually hard to believe. See, this is such an underutilized mechanic. It almost makes me seem like a contrarian or something, a hipster. Like, oh, I like the mechanic because it didn't have a keyword, first of all, or because it was so underutilized. You're trying to tell me in the whole history of the game, Death Knights don't have a single one. Some other classes don't have a single one. Druids, it makes sense because of like fairy dragons and stuff that they always have to do it. Hunters only have one, which is not even logical. I swear they had more than one. Mages should probably have a lot more because they're, you know, obviously they use magic a lot, but you would think they should counter magic a lot too. So these ones we've seen, this one I do like, but priests don't even have anything. Although I do like the idea that of just being able to give it to something. So you give it to just anything you want. So like pick the minions that would be most destructive with whatever effects you want and then give them elusive, right? That would be the whole fun of sort of rubbing it in their face. At the end of your turn, get a random dragon. You know, you just kind of protect this one. I don't mind that. Miniaturize, summon a 4/4 whelp with elusive. Well, so this one's kind of dumb because it's not actually. Wait, what? It's not actually what it is. And shamans only have these ones here. Discover 2 8 cost minions to summon with taunt and elusive. I mean, I guess that does count. And then, you know, so warriors are one of the best. So I guess some of these I even fluff up. Like, there's not a whole lot you can do with this, right? Like, what classes actually are decent? Druids have a decent amount. Mages, not really even. So basically, it's just druids and warriors. I was just doing that by chance, but it turns out those are the best ones that you get. Sogoth is kind of out of style a little bit, but you know, the Draconid is just better in every way. Would you rather have a 7 mana 7/7 with taunt and elusive, or a 9 mana 5/9, which comes to the same total stat value, right? Both 14, but you're paying 2 extra for it. Just because it has 5 attack instead of 7 and 9 health instead of 7, so it just kind of moves it around. Obviously, the health value is more important with that, but it's not that big of a difference that you'd pay more for it. Right, so some of this power creep stuff is stupid, but yeah, Lord Thamar, even though he's so good for this, kind of ruins the fun of it because you don't have to put any effort into it. Like, I would play like several of those AoE buff cards with Druid just to do the same thing that we already are doing here. That you have, right, you would have to go through so much work to put it together because there was at a simpler time where there weren't all these crazy cards. So, you know, I'd play Pride of the Wild or whatever for 4 mana +1/+3 and other ones like that, and it would act effectively as a heal, and it would be like, you know, wow, I get to buff these elusive minions, such a big deal. And then it turns from that to now Lord Thamar doubles everything in your deck. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, it's so much better, but it helps you keep up with the power creep, I guess, a little bit in what would be otherwise a really shitty gimmick deck. Yeah, this continues the tradition of me always being like half asleep when I'm playing Hearthstone. I finally uploaded the episode of Danganronpa. Let's say she used that as a test theory. Like, since those are some of my most viewed clips on my channel, even though it's been like 3 years since I actually did that, like played it and posted it, will this do similarly well if it, you know, gets a ton of views? It seems to be a very passionate community and things like that, but whatever, it doesn't really matter to me. But I just kind of, if I really cared about stuff like that, that would show you like, oh, I'm doing it for views, whatever, you know, just the general way I do things. If that was the case, then I would have done it right away, but also I'm just kind of lazy and caught up, you know. I have a backlog of stuff for so long to upload, which I kind of love that, because, you know, even if what I'm doing right now isn't the most interesting, I have so many good things to upload still. And you know, I just have like an infinite amount of content to upload. And even we keep creating more, but I'm not really doing anything too noteworthy here. I'm just too tired lately when I'm streaming, so I can't do anything, or, you know, just, they're gonna be like sort of short streams anyway. So we got to gold last month with the shaman one. Right, the shaman gimmick deck, evolve gimmick deck. But the big thing is if you get Lord Thamar and you can kind of run away with it. And the reasoning why is because you, I probably should do that, but I don't want to mess up my whole elusive mojo that we have here. And so the point is, this can always be a troll, especially in arena. It was really good. Like, it's turn 7 and, you know, you trade in and then I play that, right? Then they summon a 7 cost, 7/7, and they can't deal with this. So it's going to trade into whatever high costing they summon on a curved turn. Like, oh, it's turn 7 and they have a 7-man 7/7 or whatever. And then, but it would have to be that I play it first. And then, you know, you're countering whatever it is that they're gonna play. There's an empty board, I play that on turn 10. And now, oh, they were gonna play a 10 cost or something. Or even if they don't, they'll play an 8 cost and ping it. But oh wait, they can't ping it because that's the point. And this one is kind of pointless to even have in here. I just do it for the variety of it. But like, it could be good, but I couldn't find a mech that would really make it worth it to do. Or what if I did it with like that guy? The, oh... Can you do... Oh, what if you do it with Mimron's head? But how... It wouldn't add up math-wise. But if you do this with Mimron's head, then you could keep it around long enough if it preserves the effect. Right? Then you can't target it, so it'd be very hard to get rid of. That'd be kind of funny. I can make like a mech-themed deck with that. And so... The problem is the cost of it. I need like Thracian or something to guarantee, you know, if I had the coin I could do them both together, but this thing is one of the best. I mean, this and Tortola, this effect is so insane because it's already so hard to kill, and then use Lord Thamar, make it a 12/12, also the same thing. Like, some of these cards are in there just as filler. Like, I don't really want them, but that guy's smile is so weird, or his teeth. Yeah, load that, bro thinks he's me with... Yeah, I seem like the kind of guy who has spells. Do that one, and then... So the thing is that you're trying to put yourself in a position where, you know, you're just kind of last this out, and because you didn't get Lord Thamar in time, now it becomes very hard to keep up with the pace of what they're trying to do, whereas normally it wouldn't be such a big deal. But yeah, I'm intrigued in actually trying to do that now. If I do Mimron's head plus this, then that could actually preserve it, and then... So this is kind of overrated sometimes because it takes so long for it to actually get to a good value, but the amount of armor you gain should be exponential too. Where, well, I guess it's not really exponential, but... So you can kind of get through it. I mean, sometimes you'd want to wait, but it's just look how long some of these random games go on though. This is like a random bronze rank 4 game in Wild, and they're taking like an hour to do it.
Me have bad for you.
Yeah, Mimron's head plus that, and then you can't target Mimron's head, and then you have to deal with the possibility that I have other mechs that are going to do it like that. Now we can almost flip it back and do it again, but I can't because it's a situation where I mean, I should do one of these, I guess, just because, you know, you couldn't play that back even if I did it, but
All are nourished when the cycle
+2 +2 +4.
Explosions now in color.
Not a bad spot to be in still, but I mean, this is one of the most fun cards possible too. Between the armor, between the attack gain, between just the health value, it's very hard for me to argue with that design. That is such a good idea. Okay, hurry up. You know, if you don't get Lorthamar in a decent curve, you're not going to have much of a chance anyway.
Dead man shredding!
Alright, so we have 2 left, and then we have to rely on some taunt, or we have to do this, which is like sort of a ultimate cop-out. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't mean to even do that. Oh, are you serious? I could have done Frost Nova if I didn't accidentally use my armor. Alright, whatever. We survived the board, but that was still a mistake, and then we have some sort of Antonidas combo coming up. This is actually quite amusing.
Your souls belong.
We kept getting the same one like over and over whenever we would play this the guy. Like, I forget even what it was. Oh, now you're gonna do that. Let's see what we get from this anyway. Yeah, that was worth it. So we go here, and then we go, maybe I'll do that just in case, even though it's not beneficial to me, just to kind of make it a little fruitless. And I should probably use this. Actually, I could use it on him and try to finish him with the fireballs, but I kind of want to do it on myself as a heal. That might have seemed unnecessary, but just, yeah, I'm surprised you don't see more like attempts at an OTK type deck with that. The doesn't seem worth it, but it seems kind of like a waste, because you would have been better off catching him off guard one turn with that and then just finishing him off. But especially with that, but sometimes I make plays just to make the game more interesting, not because they're actually good. Okay, it still wasn't Antonidas, but
Our gift of frost shields us.
okay, just hurry up, man. This takes like an hour. I just want to see that Mimron's head possibility. 7. This. Maybe you should have done Ice Walk. Now you can run away with it just with the values, especially if you get that in a reasonable amount of time, like a little earlier in the game. The turn 7 Lorthamar, and then just try to milk your minions. So either I give this half asleep commentary, or I give the TTS one if I have more time. Otherwise, but okay, hurry up! I don't even care about the Mimron's head. Just this is taking way too long. Alright, that doesn't even matter. It might not even still kill it. Okay, it's not a problem to just freeze it, but the problem is that, oh god. You could almost have returned it and tried to do something with the fireball, but... Or you know, do like an endless chain where you play the fireballs to get more fireballs, but... They just have too much survivability. That's why using Alex Straza on them would have been probably much better. Oh, this should be good.
Require my assistance?
Now, if you keep pushing it like this, you could actually do something. But again, even with all this, I still won't be able to kill them because I don't have the mana for it. Like, I can get rid of one thing, but this could get insanely out of hand for them too. Like, if they can't deal with these, though. At least they had to get rid of their own beloved to do that. Right, like it was worth it because that's all I was trying to do anyway. They have 4 fireballs, which isn't going to do a whole lot because that icon is different. Like when it says the minus health, I don't remember it looking like that. So they're kind of running a bit dry, and of course we'll have the ability to now will that reset the value that we already have? Whoops. So we wasted a fireball. You know, if they're counting, obviously we have 3, but what I need is that, oh really, you're gonna waste that on now? But they were baiting out for like counter spell.
This is not what we stood for.
But it seems like a waste to do it on that every time like that, but because health instead of mana is sort of like not by choice, so they're gonna have to play like that only. I feel like this used to work differently. I can't remember, but I thought you could choose whether you play it with the health or not. Look how long this one game takes. Like, holy shit, what is this, a game of chess? Like, we're just gonna, even that went fast because I obviously am not using my time properly, of which I have an infinite amount of time. You're really gonna keep doing that. You are kind of getting yourself lower for some reason, but I think it's not doing you a whole lot of good, but... What? I wasn't even considering it. Oh, duh. But you would think, oh, they would have done it because of Fireball. Like... Oh, man. It's okay. I mean, their board is not that threatening. Like, you feel like you're getting infinite value from this, but you are paying quite a bit of health to do it, and... I swear it didn't work like that before, but... I feel like we actually have the advantage, but then again, we're gonna run out of cards. Why is this guy so slow, and why is this game taking so long? Fuck. Come on. He's gonna win just by like decking me out, I guess. So they can try to milk these things as much as possible, but we have an ice block, we have a couple fireballs there, but okay. There's a 416, you have the life steal, you have the taunt. It's very worth it. Okay, I'm done, man. Hurry on. It'll sound more like my old self with a whispery ASMR thing, but it's just because I'm so tired. You're so annoying, man. But yeah, these just become so hard to deal with, so it's fun to kind of rub that in your opponent's face. Especially even if you play Lord Thamar, you flip him back, you play him again. Okay, so the point is that I don't know, just hurry up. I should probably win, but I'm running out of minions too, and it's hard for you to obviously deal with this. They keep trying to target it, but they can't. But I guess with just minion effects. So it's giving me a good amount of health, obviously, and we hit this. We do 14. Hurry up. Okay. I mean, it's going on so long, we're actually going to deck out, and that's an appropriate outcome. Oh my god. But he's at least low on health. He just can't deal with these elusive minions at all. Ugh, bro. He'll have that corpse explosion again or something. Okay, we would have this enough to finish him off. This should go on like an hour. We can get rid of those, or we don't have to do anything. But that seemed actually like a decent deck. To get maybe a little luckier, we get again the ability to flex some of the stuff. Once you get it to, you get to flex the ability of having that. The Lord Thamar bonus. Okay, see you tomorrow.